Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema Bemeti Garafuru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode. No Akanchra Katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, Keja Guma Mianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mni anko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mni anko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mni anko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you. What you can say? Kwabena, keja guma mni anko.
Remember, always, that you have 4 stages to make. First, the attainment of freedom and independence. Secondly, the consolidation of that freedom and independence. Thirdly, the creation of unity and community between the free African states. Fourth, the economic and social reconstruction of Africa. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak plainly. As I see it, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continued struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia, or between Zanzibar and Kenya, Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland and the Ivory Coast. Because because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence, are willing to drop it for some token aid, and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost. Even though I appreciate the difficulties facing us, I must admit, I find it strange to watch some of us returning willingly to the colonialist fold. This time, they don't even have the excuse of being forced to subject themselves to foreign domination. It makes one wonder, why so much effort and sacrifice and so many lives were given up to the achievement of independence in the first place, if it can only be so quickly and easily surrendered. We must begin to build immediately our own continental common market. For it is easy for anyone who studies the common market organization closely to realize that the common market is aimed at harnessing the African countries to satisfy the profit lust of the imperialist bloc and to prevent us from following an independent neutralist policy. It is easy to see that the imperialists and the colonialists are determined to retain the African countries in the position of suppliers of cheap raw materials. If we do not resist this threat,
the NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past.
Nti NDC de ye nhebo akese every say Ghana for hu yensa no adwuma da omunim ne ebetimi aye enti adwumaden no egina mo na ne hia bia se mobeye ama yedi nkunimu abato no mu ye be ya ama mo nyame na si hene na sem nyame ya ne hihye a nipa bia ntimi nsesa no Ezu. Enti ensema ebin mo kanedie. Mamu fa mo adwen to so. Efise nyame nhihye. Na mimi wogidi. Me kwa sorry. Na mi wogidi. Me so me buko to dwe na me bompaya. Nyame kasa kire me kakra. Na nyame se NDC yemre aso. Na tumi no de ahye yensa.
Government, everybody knows that it is our brother, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who should be the flag bearer. My problem is the percentage. In 2016, I promised him he was not going to get anything less than 95 point something %. And we started it in Volta region, we gave it to him. There was no fail at all. Everybody will want to go for John. Everybody is calling him. It's not about NDC. It's about the whole country. But I have a problem, like I said. I don't want those guys who are coming to have even 2% of the total votes there. So I'm going to tell you what the old man himself, having looked at the physical experiences and having spoken about the economy and everything, what is the spirit saying? In NDC, God has given us a line to follow. If you have never been an MP before, you can't be a president for NDC. My brother, if you want to be an MP and you want to be the president of Ghana and the National Democratic Congress, your constituency should give you the green light first. Then your region will give you. Then after that, you have been endorsed. I'm just looking at the people who are contesting Honorable John Dramani Mahama. After he lost his country, we lost our elections, and he's been here from 2016 up to today. Spend all his money, all his time and his energy. At times I pity him. Which funeral won't he attend? Today he's in Ho, tomorrow he's in Sabuba, the third day he's in Oti. People are just sitting down waiting to pack money to come and tell me that I am a youth, 43 years old. Fortunately, the man comes from my own village, Ashanti Mambo. Somebody who even doesn't know the assembly concept. And you know, his first thing, I am not coming for the future. I am coming for today. Who has trained you to come today? Who has given you that mandate? Have you even joined a branch before? Have you been an assemblyman? Let alone an MP. How are you coming? You better join the line. You haven't even ever won. Me and you have never won Ashanti Mampong. So we are not qualified to be presidents of this country. After Ashanti is a no-go area. So you see, I will advise him to go live. What is the national?
It's necessary for us all to explain not only to one another present here, but also to our people who have instructed us the fate and destiny of the African continent. We must therefore not leave this place until we have set up an effective machinery for achieving African unity. To this end, I now propose for your consideration the following.
Yeah, Utie Citizen Show Accra 100.5 FM so. Mama bie mu enkrofo etie bie. Wa wuti trotro mu a wo tie bie driver ni no ya da ase wate. Se eniema wodro a ekoso wo Ghana ase ni wa bie mu boyi. Ya so bibia eteniema ekoso Ayi Ernest Kwame Kwachi executive producer Ernest Kwawia enso eye producer Eugene Ba enso enemy stream live ewo Facebook Ntuso betimi a journey ye ewo Facebook Accra 100.5 FM Facebook no eye Accra 100.5 FM Yasramu aya monshe ema wamu weche no bi anya bi enhwe ya enya bi entie Nefasi dama Accra FM morning show team African Union Day That say eneye AU edaponda kesiye pa Bi mai enkabo mukuo eneye edaponda kesiye pa Na African Union eye AU enho abakwasem kakra bi niye Ekuta 55 member states natural say African countries baku aduonum num 55 ena aka wo ho abomu a wamo eye African Union na abusuafo African Union no wohwemu a natural say ebra yete ye no yete no 1963 na 1963 na ye Organization of African Unity OAU Social Studies yeshia sa niema we nyina Organization of African Unity OAU no every 1963 and ekosi 1999 2008 and natural say African Union no I just say omu said you know e ma ne be ye African Union na 1963 May and womu etisa ekuo we say na ekuta 38 I just say oye African state ya unya independent unya ufa hudia sa ekuo we say no na wo memeka ho 1963 no na ekuta 32 heads of independent African state na womu first meeting and na womu first conference no na womu eye ekoso ewo Addis Ababa Ethiopia nyina da yenim yes African Union womu headquarters ewo Addis Ababa Ethiopia Abusuafo eye woni gi say oyo bibini Se ohwe niema ekoso ewa brofu kromu a na ohwe resources natural resources ye nyankopon e de adum abibimaye na abibimaye esofa abibimaye hu development ye hu progress ewa African continent ya edu baby kura ya na ase edu baby kura ya na ase eye wuya bi na ye de ye ho a enka ne Ghana hanuma ye wei wodi a wo pa ma America ananse UK ana Germany enka se slave trade na amon fa airplane anansa wodi amon fa ship kura mis enipa di America graduate for nurses for teachers ya kire say medical doctors for just say enimdifo technocrats for enimdifo wo Ghana ha say ya wo mo be tu America say yanku asoma adwuma kron be kono makwa akoye because obi wa brochira oye sabi cleaner krampa wadene ho enye sika esifie ebobra eche obi a wo say wako school 7 years eye medical doctor wo Ghana ha Ghana medical doctors ni nguma ni mutia but pempe wasi ni pain wo bi a wo ye cleaner ewo abrochire ya amount beso what it say Germany and I say Amsterdam ya oji 2,000 euros ye betete the taxes baby a oti obetu adanka be se 400 euros and ase 500 euros wa wo ne ma setina mu ne masuku kom eye kama sa nipa na wo ye cleaner ewo abrochire no eduro baby a wo bia wo se wo no waye ne masters wo bia wo se wo no waye ne PhD no mu ne ade no Africa say ye duabo senso say ya bro say ye trimodio say ye beyo Africa will be bia de chechire wo man Africa will be bia was wo man e develop here so Africa nkwa nanim de bia ya yenkoa e sha abrofo ase South Africa for kwa mu hu say on Africa no to aso ko mu hu so mo ya Africans because abrofo di wo mo so chen enti abrofo ni nyamle ni adaje e develop South Africa oh say South Africa afa ye pie independence abrofo no wo mo egi wo mo independence a oman no ti memfo na ebu oman no wo mo South Africans ankasa na say no wo mo na eru South Africa no ahu de akwakoso wa South Africa say yes energy crisis dum so nyina because wa South Africa enyuma wo be hu say South Africa cha say African leaders eya ya dwene etirimodin eya bro eye beye ni petirimu wo sum enti African timi ye wo development our African continent gold aye wo bi bauxite aye wo bi cocoa aye wo bi aluminium aye wo bi diamond aye wo bi na land Africa etwa ye ho ahia bibia wo bedua bia bo bibia wo bedua bia bo wa Africa ha Africa nke ya hawo ne sei enka Africa pa no enka ya hawo pa nke ne sei there's leadership crisis inti African team develop isia bibi kakra bi fa Netherlands fo ho na Netherlands na wo honom no oman ni nyina ye nsuo ye pie nsuo na kwakire ye pie nsuo no ahubroni adwen ye pie nsuo no e de akwakire ena ya to wo so ahum ye pie nsuo ni nyina na ye de akwakire ena yesisi adan wo development wo industries wo factories wo bibia bi wo mining oman ya wo mu ni land o mu ni asase so wo mu lake bibia Netherlands o mu lake bibia enti Netherlands man e yensuo Ghana ye wonsuo ye wonsase ye wo fertile land just bibia ye se ebedua bia na ebedua enso enuane ye di wa Ghana ha se no ye import dodo na afiri amono ne deba enuane a wo koyidwa so ayeton no ye import dodo na edi firi amono ne deba ye wo land ye se ye rice production ye betimi aye in large quantity ye betimi aye emo pa voter land ye da we ye betimi aye monwa de asomgana fo ye wo land ahodo a entosi ye betimi adon tosi papa so Ghana ha entosi ye dua wo Ghana ha se no okoto wo dwam na wutwitwa se wudi ye stiwa na tinso se tinkopacha na wo so ya ka kira wo se bokina entosi na ye papa enti enetin tomato se tinkom ye nim tin tomatoes ni de ye tin tomatoes se tinkom se de anu amudi yo abrochira 14 tomatoes yo amudi bay ubie so hu se entosi ni ye twetwa tomatoes yankasa na ye de agum entosi pani na so Ghana ha no tin tomatoes ontumi fan trouble da bia se wo ko US ontumi fan trouble bia se wo ko Europe na so sa tin tomatoes ye di wo Ghana ha because ye yankasa ye man mu kura no ene wo kom market center bia entosi bia gu ho bia efri Burkina African leaders edia bro omo ye greedy chese omo ye greedy omo ye wicked omo sanso ye criminals na omo sanso ye akromfo African leaders krono oba obepa hunya de wo bepe sika pempem enua na hia wo mo every coast he has say civil war nsi ama wo mo former president Laurent Gbagbo wa nkwankodem akwademu aba Ansah no watare say oye president Akufo-Addo adamfo no wono ne ba no na civil war si wa every coast the enu kwaso wo man ni hunu no wo man ni hu ye Ansah no watare be di president first term second term the second term e ba be so no wo so firi so no and wo se sa wo man constitution as I called third term now many yakasara japalea yana no di ya no obi kasa as Africa de yaboye dua Libya Muammar Gaddafi said they no were develop Libya no were develop Libya papa Ghana for e fast esire so no mo nam desert so and wo makọ Libya eso mo kura ko ba me efra mo boga won ko Libya wa mra no na wan say improvement abana brabo mu onko Libya wa mra no no akuta sika kakra odi be ye business onko Libya wa mra no no won ho ne makakra fine na Africans ya dwene ye tenase e ma abrofo US sabre Barack Obama manipulating crofobia down crofobia in Libya say in Libya bo say ya ta Libya abo Libya say Muammar Gaddafi ya na wokuta wo man na wanwene wo man na wo develop wo man no abrofo mpa African buntu omo just omo pese African ye tokoso say ya de ye ho ye free slave trade mu nanso ene Ghana Barack Obama odi nedi na memo ba wieye ya wa address state no na wo ka kire wo say ade ba ko ba ya wo ye wanu no ho oti ni so that de bi hwe video no ewo de akoso wo Libya ekon ya akohye ye wo Libya na o ka say Ansah na America fo be kwa ready Libya akwachi Muammar Gaddafi akunu no na busuafo ne mako de baby kura demu na o ka Barack Obama no waka say na Libya peace asumdue wo ho osine school for timi sorry an opedwari ko school ya ma mi bia ni ba chie na omani bibia ekoso na so mu ko ready ho no no Muammar Gaddafi ye kokun no e wa kwantifi no e na Libya say ene yet Ghana ha say yet o my Ghana ha very soon enjo China for ye be na China for kra de ya wo chese o ma fa ye say Ghana ye o mo nku abi Ghana ha no ma ye ti enura na mekan wo hwe international monetary fund I me fa ye ko ye ya ye default loan ama enne ye see 4 loans loan baako 4 see ye defaulter China for ba be fa ye cocoa omo ba be fa ye gold omo ba be fa ye oil afensu kran electricity power ye to no China show my Ghana ye forest reserves ye environment ye water bodies ye nsuo ye will be baby say ye kasam I can remember say former president John Mahama free so na ye sini nua Ibrahim Mahama kuta concession bia say wo to box site e wo kuro bi so na Akufo-Addo ba ye na dede and what time concession wo dia mani nua and what time concession wo dia mani nua and ayeje and a wo mo je ye no makofa China fo and wo mo China fo be gu Ghana ha sei and na China fo ese wo my Ghana yen sase je se wo ye bibini kwadu ba bia na je se wa wura ho se wo ye bibini se ye ti Ghana hey me na na ma mete ye so obi bo mode aka che me se wo family me akọ UK Germany ama akọ ye cleaner now my adwuma tua ne ka 2 years every month be me tua £500 wa kire se nka mirika bi anka me de be kono because o man na ye ni party mu no wo hu bibi a friend say development ene emu ni pankasa no wo hu se emu ni pankasa no kire se ye ekọ yanim hwe nko because ye leaders ne ye tirimodefo ye leaders ne eya borofo na nka sisei ena nko man ya gold ye one natural resources ye di betim ye develop Ghana de Kwame Nkrumah sha se wodi duru ye no obi so a wo be ye no so no wonche o obi a wo be som wo ma no wonche Kwame Nkrumah be som wo ma no wanche former president John Dramani Mahama be som wo ma no wanche o e wo mu se NDC amemu abres na China for ha but near our forest reserves ahodo bebra na ye protecting and the Ghana forest reserves in da President Akufo-Addo adestroy ni nyina was sending nyina China for tumu gold and you develop your country
Accra FM
Ghana ha na yetie China for timi adestroy my Ghana yenso nyina China for you wouldn't dare even try it so be kwa China so kwa ye ene illegal activity omo be kum omo be tunu omo be kum China sa ensemfu ekoso wo Ghana ha say ya China fa Ghana abo wo mbo na no me ne wo he bi ekasa ni forest reserves a mrekuduka asesa China for do makwa akogumuo na wo hene yi ka say wo no bomode ama ya che China for ni Friday the following day Saturday na China for no asa wo forest ho no ma wo mo ye adwuma China for awo Ghana ha ya de China for aka ya wo ka kire China for say o man na rahu hihiem ye wo crisis me ntimi ntua China for say wo mo de mo nya Father Christmas say ye ne ye say ye man ya ye ne ye pese be develop ye man ya ye ni man ye nkonko bisa Zambia for so am international airport say wo da wo mabem reserves yen suoma destroy China for say for loans see defaulter and can ya to electricity ayato no omo be yi bi atua omo ka ye gold ye oil ye cocoa bibia no China for so omo do omo sabeto so but ye wo leaders African leaders ya omo ye greedy omo ye wicked omo ye criminals omo ne sankrofo we sie num e na ebo omo no omo na egro and ebo omo nu omo na egro and na Africa say Ansah na anu ya UK for the buy say omo banning nurses from Ghana and then Nigeria nurses for free Ghana has say akopie mu ewo United Kingdom London no enya asem ketwa oti yanuma de na wo ye nurse ni pay 1,008 2,000 within a year enuane ya to nuane bomu be say 200% e de be na oti Ghana wo ye Etinwane say enu a obi frɛ me say ye ko training college de ya ha ye ho paa o na me re kra ho was hwede we ne nurse for e wo opportunities a omu tu kwan do ko US ko do ko Europe ko do offer hanom ko ba teacher ni ye ba bi anko was menu me ko say me ko training college Africans tu kwan ko and for that so and desert so to kwan ya wo mo eko because be ni Africa be ni Ghana ha eti obi bomodin aka che say me di way me do ko Kuwait me do ko any Arab country bia kokoko ya adwuma month obi the last time me ma me bi kasa ne ba ko Kuwait was it that month bia lady no adwuma wa ye no eni pande ne kwan omutua ne ka 2,000 Ghana cedis 2,000 Ghana cedis enti we free hand makotena Kuwait sum pa 2,000 Ghana cedis was sum e we Kuwait adwuma wo man ni mu a so ahun but ye will be bia was enka Ghana timi develop ye will be was ye develop on mine Ghana will be but because of etirimuodin yamamuo wo hwe president Akufo-Addo mu a agese ni pa ni tirimu wo sum ni tirimu odin e na betimi age wo man a destroy wo man e de wo man no akonko asumu e de wo man to say Ghana e be kwa hye China fo ase or the yay akwa Ghana fo ase Ghana or the yay akwa Ghana fo ase e na wonu na busua enya wo mu se ya chaw enne Ghana ye nkoa ema China emfa ne ho hwe enu adami hu se wo kasa se de ye kwa capital market international capital market akwa pay loan the adestroy Ghana ne eye loan a omo gino left right akira se enu ani se president Akufo-Addo kan oforiata e bro mo sianse no na edu o man Ghana adu sa mrewe IMF approval about just last week, you know, President Akufo-Addo ejina bonten catch the Ghana for say ye ko international market, capital market akwa loan. Loan na President Akufo-Addo je edian wo de ye. Edi adwuma na na do dan kwa Akufo-Addo loan na wo je ye for the past 7 years ni no. Edi be pa na Akufo-Addo aye de amagana. Eno na IMF report no menye bi na mekan. Ken oforiata proposal de kwa ma IMF di kokwaji loan. Agenda 111 na mo hwe kwansa be se this year ombe wie no. One more extended to the next 5 years and agenda 111 ombe wie. Na me read ya me can say government flagship programs. What kind of oriata na which you come IMF say one village one dam no. One village one dam bi wo Ghana ha. One village one dam. How a kumsin oba besia etimi bua man afa so oba besia ye minister etimi bua man pa ju man sika se ye kosi dam bia dam ba ku bia e costo Ghana 250,000 Ghana cedi it is can 2.5 billion dam ba ku pekure ni hono mo a esum Ghana fo akuafo parliament bi sa how a kumsin sa dam no wa ya o ka kire Ghana fo se dam papa be na 250,000 Ghana cedi betimi asie wakotu tu amna na du su to bremu na nsuo taatamu FM edu pe bremu a na awe na enipa bibini odwene sa aboa kuani be na du su to bra ohia dam kuani be na du su to bra but ofra wo be justify mekai election mu National Communications Officer de ma NDC Sami Jamfi or the press for be di na chi northern region ho desert so dam no omutuno e ho no madane anwia enfutrum 250,000 Ghana cedis dams na wosi ye ne ba kokura ni ho no maye adwuma but IMF no proposal ya kan oforiata de kwa na wom so omo ya agenda 111 e de ama Ghana farmers leap almost this year leap no ma increase onyani mobra wa bay ena leap no wujibi Minister of Gender Women and Social Children de ben no eyimfo na eji sa sika no omu twa sika wo budget mu ni allocate sika we kwa ebe wi eche na sika no wo mo ana afa wo kwa IMF report ma kan oforiata ka kire IMF mpanimfo say this year 2023 school feeding caters no Woma increase wo musika but enemy no ti one my me ne wo kase no school feeding caters etifie but our report mu say can oforiata say school feeding caters this year womo budget no 97 pesos no woma increase but school feeding caters that so tifie ya womo hwe se empokra no abani betimi engage womo kura baka kire womo say yesi ye beje 3 Ghana cedis 3 Ghana cedis no modie munya 3 Ghana cedis ni kura na modie mun kan kire se mu betua 2 cedis e wo Ghana ye budget 2023 mu IMF womo report womo de buy ni ewom say ya increase leap school feeding ya increase no but te kwa na sedama enkoye omunya ahwe enti se nipa boni ni bebedi oman so a oman ne bre oman ne sia pini oman ne tete pansam se nipa boni ni e wa bible mu na bible mu asem bia so no eye no kre ana bible mu asem nya no kre na asem bebiem na eye no kre wo se nipa boni ni ebedi oman so a oman ne sia pini e wei ni quotation asori no mo nkyere enye bible say wieye bre ni bible dura ekon beba ahunyehi abeba amama be so amasa quotation funu a mo kyerehye wa so dem no munya akere quotation mu frase na mo kyerehye so dem no say bible say ni pabonefo otirimodemfo abedi wo man so a oman ni sia pini oman ni sofa ka kyere wa hanko amami quotation ni sesi a oman ni ebre enu ameda ho na mi read IMF report
Accra FM
Miwia application letter ya ken oforiata de yen ma screenshot kwa me be ma na de atoso ne letter odi kwama ye friend say IMF maame no dia madam ho ahwan enam se krama ho brase sa nipa ni tirimu wo sum nipa ni tirimu oden just na kuma mutum ni tiri mu adwen tum otwe wani mu a na wo krama ho brase enti yenum ya sa krama ho brase afu ne ye ni bie no ne aka kire ye se yemu ade because me me na na ma me I can't pretend though that pretentious attitude bia enkrofo ye wo Ghana me na na ma I can never pretend I can't enye me style enye me life no sa pretentious attitude for no hey boss no say yeah madam hey madam hey and so ni timu adwen bonni ni timu won sum and so woman na chese society no ye hu so mu ye ni papa woman na chese so mu timu won sum adwen bonni ni awudie na tirimodi wo mu ti me na ma de me ba so a wo hu me no mu sa me ba so ena de me ka kire wo no so me fancy me hia ona me ka kire wo respond, reply. Bayanu mu die oh ya to ye peshi omu adie because omu pe yesa massa yeah madam sabra body bi na kenoforia tab destroy Ghana no wo quote Bible me see say omu ho ahikwantina say me nkwa sorry because me kwa sorry last time be so funi preaching kwa ma me dwai awie ye bre ne ba bedura de akwaso wo Ghana ni nyina ya awie ye bre no I'm sorry, I'm confident. I'm from my sorry. I'm paying some who be at you them. Oh, what be my quotation? No, Lagbani Frank. Was it Proverbs 29 verse 2? Proverbs 29 verse 2. Lagbani Frank na dia bremi. Proverbs 29 verse 2. Was it send pa bonini mambofo? Edu oman so a oman ni sia pini oman ni bre na so kwakwo hia nipa boni ni sa president Akufo-Addo ya wono watu opposition wa ya well ejapade well eda hono mu a ya wono ni tiri mu panyina da ne se obetwa ne 8 years be wie no na Ghana ye na dwapade na Ghana for population of 30 million ne ye nkoa oman ni sia pini ene Ghana bre Ghana sofa wodu opa ma me fanto dwa wa ha se ye de shape abesi epuya no ye sesan krofo akọ America akọ UK enka abranti ababa wa bia wokom woti ya no de na woje hwe wonnama wo hia abranti a wo ahoden a opa adwuma ye no asesa ne ma negu ne nsa so obechini nkra nyina ofika na shi no watie sim no akwala pass no awomu aba bedu do me den nkwa wiye no na ebia sika de todwe ne adi na da no nyaaye hantu ma fa brabo kra ni pani bi ebo wokrom ha because nipa bonini edi wo man no so otirimodefo edi wo man no so owudifo edi wo man no so enipa bewu emfa ne ho because already wo hunu say power no eni awudie ne nam wo hunu say power no eni atirimode ne nam and no me say me kai IMF report no and me hunu yes okay kero for riata letter odi kwama IMF no kire say 2020 na wo hunu yes say COVID crisis ni nti no Ghana ye economy no na eba fom enye se na wo munimo na wo munim because me no me enum o man ko first no state na first ne ye run omo no man no confess kuta wo mo enti omo na nim o man no Bank of Ghana hwe me screenshot baby your reserves et me drop ya ba best say 1.5 billion as at last year your reserves a drop ya from 5 billion a drop ya by because sa bosiana na wo munya bi af your reserves na a drop ya ba sika ba na 2 billion at the international reserves sim na de obi stand say e de na bedru ha de ma ye bedru ha no nyina da na say wo kwaji loan na adano na me ka hwe former president John Dramani Mahama ekwaji loan so wo si terminal 3 loan na si wo no wo benya nipa bia na dwiri onim nyansa no aka kire wo say sa terminal 3 wo senko wo si 10 wo senko wo si wunni wo si ba ko terminal 3 na si wo no na mo na namu Akufo-Addo no fam koba one ne yele ne ma na busuafo o mo fam koba eye nipa a business company run it. And they are Koneba, Kufuado, the Bushia for 1 minute Turkish company, on run it terminal 3. Former President John Mahama, Ekwaji loan, say was a circuit interchange, and a 12 Swaswa Airqua Airban. No, be a catcher will say, Sassicano, a 6,000, a Siwasi. One would yes, I was CB. Okwaji loan was see ye. And a muhu yano. Nano namini a fear etiquette, a fear brim for my hand or Sinanama, me first born me kwa one rich hospital. Was so be a Yakwakoya Messias, and Nuyaso, and Nuya, Aso, and ya dim a toye. Osimekwa me second born new hospital na former president John Mahama SSC one air condition emu na me die push e wa na koda na yiriti ni wo ba push na koda na ba ye ntwa me biem okwaji loan wo de be ye adwuma obi kwaji loan wo de ye dai so brebe pabi babo agana Nakana beyo, erinyeyo yefemenwaro. Awusiafo yankwa homano so na meni honorable Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa MP for Northton Affairs uko parliament ya Foreign Affairs Committee no ye ranking member and akwa ye African Union day die ye ne kwatwetwe nkomo ne ya ba ne ya tiesim na chese ne nkomo no eto aso sa. Honorable, good afternoon.
Yo, good afternoon, Anama. Bibi aboko.
Adum ene ye de nam ewiase we so de Ghana so da wase na no by elections ye course so na member of parliament ginemu agent ya bu abaso
Medase Anama.
Yenta hunu niema bi say
it was a useful experience. I was really excited about it. Na message I person ye sending is a polling agent ejuma no ye nyina ye betumi aye. We a professor, we a doctor, we a lawyer, we are head of an institution, or once who believe in our democracy, who per se your elections are credible, who per se change na that change comes into fruition. Ma obia and kase polling agent ejumano below them na yenjama if you like the those down the ladder, because Ejumana me you say Nyama Bibre assistant. The last time I may volunteer for this kind of job was in 2008 elections, as a young activist. But since that time, Nyama Bibre assistant now is very technical. Forms are over filling and sana process now start election and kasa start serial numbers as I say document calculations as I say and then biometric device, Sana as I say, assessment whether it is it has arrived without any altercation. Say there is no attempt to rig. Because one year now the system has been set up in a way say you have two abano crowd and Sana as I say who study to make sure that they are 000. There is no, if you like, hidden algorithm beer, dictating even the outcome before the real human being show up to vote. And then after, as I said, we hear all of these calculations, and Juma, we should just leave to ABR or more war, or more understanding, arithmetic and all of that. I would like to encourage more and more Ghanaians who are able to volunteer to help improve the quality of our democracy. It will help. As I say, to me, a volunteer for all of these aspects of our democracy right at the lower level. Because polling stations, and it's a rigging, any attempt to undermine the true will of the people. That is where it begins from. And normally young and pay attention. Jama, if you like, young men and women who may not have the requisite know-how and understanding of the issues. We say, you bet to me, I volunteer, I encourage more and more middle class people, more educated people, graduates, professionals to come into the fray. Yatumi a cleaning up system no.
Okay. Eti honorable said you which mean so not just no so here training power. On say a polling station be and NDC agent back on mobile start kra na CEC official on officer on mo the pink sheet buy ya almost sign here. MPP ni sign here, NDC ni sign here. Eti dia wan kasa wo hu ye ni nchema de be that just say here training power parties no.
Oh yes. Oh yes, seriously. Nah, because these are all the schemes. Or more signing on agent now cost signing. Although him say we signing, that's a say results now, but BBA cost wo hono, what endorse it, and we signing no elections no yan start here. Meanwhile, you've already signed your death warrant. What year to say BBA akoso kama results now electoral officer no be declare no, and no any results na cost because. What signing no presiding officer no PO no or to me afasa form no akonifie later and I will tell baby now I throw any kind of number different from what actually pertained because he doesn't need you again. What signing? And the ones that was signing there, he can put any figure there and it will be authentic. Or what they call collation center. That's if it is a national election. A presidential or more faxed by the strong room at the headquarters. That is the result. Because we agent assigning, we call court cry, the judge will dismiss your case because we agent assigning, meaning say, Bibia figures nina Bibia cost wohono or Jitum say Bibia cost kama wa endorse it, wa approve it, and wa sign it. Education and getting the right people with high integrity who are not just going to be compromised. Indiana, the caliber of persons you send as police agents because some kind of people know who I mean you dare not really approach them to try to influence them. And no presiding officer can tell them that mon sign because excuse your agent they say electoral officer make catch you almost say your pon your person your yen your money in tem with their moon sign is say so that your pon your money say your no na your half a real na your akoso in tem na your to me declare na obi akofie in tem. I mean, can you imagine that? They were not thinking about the legal implications. And to the extent say signing here, agents signing here. Nobody back and can say, idea way is not that's not how it's done. It's against the law. It's against the rules of engagement. That's what either there was a conspiracy and maybe an agent back on own name and our Jane say, once presiding officer I can another party agent assigning me, so let me join the bandwagon. But one agent should have insisted, should have had high integrity, should have had a thorough understanding of the process and the legal consequences to say, idea with the mobile signing is up to you. It is even wrong. Media means signing. And once one person doesn't sign, it calls to question the credibility of that result at the polling station. Its legitimacy can then be challenged. Education, and we need to take this polling agent role seriously. And yet, we should just leave to any Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Okay. And African Union Day after 1963. Now your Organization of African Unity. Until 2002 year na changes by African Union. Yeah, member state a 50. After 60 years, African Union, we are African continent. Baby, I was say ye drew no. Kakran ye rem.
Yo Eddie kind and there Africa Day no. As I say, celebrating the continent, all our forefathers. Almost sacrifices to get to where we are. This has been the most violated continent in history. No other continent compares. Share the Yafimo from the slave trade, slavery, targeting black people and humiliating them, assaulting their dignity. In the process, millions people rose up, fought. It wasn't easy. Thousand years of total assault on our dignity. In the process, we saw the forts and the castles. We continue to exist today. So our forts and castles, they almost see as tourist attraction. And Nona who drew the point of no return. You are forced in chains, shackles. And if you try to resist, they will kill you, they will maim you. Only the African continent was subjected to this, the transatlantic slave trade. No, that was not all. And colonialism, so by that was the second phase of humiliation which the African people faced. And by the time Kwame Nkrumah emerged, all declared, say, look, Africa must be free and Africa must be governed by its own people, Virtually the whole of the continent now you are divided under these Europeans after the Berlin Conference. And now much your mind to say some shuttle, some property belonging to them. Germany, Togo, that side, France, Belgium, Portugal, just divided the continent amongst themselves, created artificial boundaries. And the Osajefo and his colleagues, Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, Sekuture, sorry, I can't say no, we must resist. Ghana, SCT, the shining example, and attaining independence for the first time since March 1957, the first African country, to show the rest of Africa say it is possible. You bet to me at defeated the imperialists. We can fight the colonialists and win. And it led to it. By the time Nkrumah fled the first conference in 1958, time I was siege of 600, only just about 5 countries by 1958. But because of that conference, the inspiration of
Accra FM,
inspiration other countries, By the time Omukoshia Addis Ababa in 1963, now about 2/3 of the countries, more additional countries, just the 5 countries by 1958, and we now had, if you like, a wave. They were able to chase the colonialists out, but of course that ushered in the era of neo-colonialism, which continues today. Indiana, as a Pan-Africanist, New Holidays Act, President Akufo-Addo, or propose here, or the bar parliament, in his first time, they abused their majority to downgrade this day. And this day, now a full holiday, a full commemoration. The more yen say, or more downgraded day, the AU Day is no longer having that high level recognition and commemoration that it deserves. And it is so sad because other African countries observe it as holiday, and they are countries that take inspiration from Ghana. They look up to us. And in the process, what the significance of today has been lost, because Cecilia Mineo Kasano, the major discussion I hear holding in Ghana, the economic crisis, our economic conundrum, the way Yasan call IMF biom, IMF program hardship edeba already or more part of the agreement, your government, the IMF, or more agree say no more employment in the public and civil sector. It's the graduate under this IMF program. Another conditionality, every quarter be utility tariffs at the cost for light bill, water bill, every quarter until 4 times in a year. almost started. They started September last year, and they are already doing it. It's a conditionality. Another conditionality is that fuel prices would now be adjusted automatically, not only based on the exchange rate, now so inflation. Into inflation, also if the government fails to manage and control inflation, you and I bear the brunt. Now, Yenim said these IMF programs are 18 times now. No, it has not brought us the economic miracle we have been looking for. IMF program has not helped any country on this planet. FM. As Kwame Nkrumah said, and then an upper way, Misanka in his speech, and I encourage all listeners to read his speech in Addis Ababa. The echo say or predict here, or can say, if Africa does not unite, we will always fail in our economic programs, and we shall return to the imperialists for salvation. We will not have our independence and our dignity. We shall never have economic independence. Kwame Nkrumah Kanye, exactly a day today, 60 years to the day and to the hour. Osajefo Kanye, or can say, if we don't come together, have one common market, have one central bank, have one monetary zone, have one defense force, an African high command, and have our own telecommunications network. Every time any country that even makes a little progress will falter and will return to the international system for dependence, for salvation. In Ghana, your history, averagely every 3.5 years, we go back to the IMF. As if say Nkrumah or your prophet. Exactly what he predicted 60 years ago. That's where we are. In China, say Nkrumah, other countries are studying him, naming monuments after him. Uko Africa Union Hokrana, Onunkwani African icon, ya erected a statue in his honor at the new Africa Union building in Addis Ababa. Obia Eka said, look, we are adopting his blueprint. Recently, Kus Ninyana Ekosu or West Africa, Omunyana Eka said they want to implement Nkrumah's blueprint. That is what Africa is missing. Sadly, no, in his own country, everything is being done to diminish his name, to reduce his stature, and everything about him. No, you have a bunch of revisionists who are trying to revise history. But as we say, Nkrumah never dies. And on a day like this, no, me appeal say, as I say, ye jing baby a yeko. Look, Einstein, I can't say, if you do the same thing and expect the same result, something is wrong with you. Me person may quote you exactly the kind of words is too strong for radio. But we can't keep doing the same thing. 3.5 years, now you call IMF, you call IMF program, and think say we shall have salvation, we shall prepare a future for the young people of the continent, and which God has blessed to be the youngest continent. And continent, we know more than 70% of the world's natural resources. Continent where can feed the whole of the world, where it can power the whole of the world. Share the Great Lakes in the Congo region, and it serves the interest of the Western forces to keep us under their claws, because without us, no, they cannot develop and they cannot maintain their dominance. And yet, your leaders, because of petty parochial interests, on a day like this, as I say, the Nkrumah blueprint, when he talked about real political unity, the independent states of a united Africa, that United African States experiment with our Okaya. Unfortunately, no, at that Congress, no, because of the Cold War, once again, the traitors, Omu betray Nkrumah, division, the Western Bloc, and all of that, and they didn't want to cede some of their power and authority. And here we are today. The Nkrumah car say yanka boom, if we don't unite, if we don't come together and have a common market. Can you believe, sir, 60 years on, Afena, you see, we are now creating the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Something that we should have done 60 years ago. Say, Afena, you see, you are creating a common market. And all the other things in Nkrumah Kai, the common currency, the common monetary zone, the Central Bank of Africa, I mean, you wonder what is wrong with us. When Nkrumah was making these proposals, not Europeans, no, they hadn't even thought about the EU. Omwa adopted Nkrumah blueprint in some Nkrumah Kai, and no now Omwa adopted, as I say, no, European Union. They appear to be following that, and they have become stronger. The euro, they say, is such a strong currency, you know, and the world today is talking about de-dollarization. Nkrumah talked about it 60 years ago. Say to me, a currency. We will not be depending on the dollar. We will be able to back our currency with the natural resources that we have, which, and is the richest continent, 72% at the time, calculation now, 72% of the world's natural resources were Africa. But this is where we are today, and the continent continues to be the poorest continent, the continent of squalor, the continent of underdevelopment, the continent of joblessness. We all know the solution. The problem is Nkrumah was not listened to, even by his peers at the time. And those who have come after him, including now, even the current leadership in Ghana, are worse. Instead, Omobe conceded, they got it wrong, their parents were wrong, Nkrumah was right, as history has proven. And returning to his blueprint, you know, they don't have the humility. Omunisa, sir, how do I say it? They would now accept and concede. But they rather want to obliterate his history. They want to downgrade his influence. Meanwhile, Manway, the BBC's listeners, all across the world, voted him as the man of the millennium. And yes, century, not decade, millennium. The most prominent African of the whole millennium. At that time, Nelson Mandela was alive. Kofi Annan was alive. You had many, many African greats in the contest. He said Sekou Touré, Julius Nyerere. And yet, Kwame Nkrumah was voted the man of the millennium. This is a man, Oba Onwankasa Nkrumah. As the Bible says, the prophet is not honored in his hometown. We are seeing all kinds of schemes to downgrade. Interna the passer, my party leadership at the time that they were passing that horrible New Holidays Act. They made it clear, say, a future NDC government will change all of those things and align with history properly and give Kwame Nkrumah his deserving status and all of what he stands for. Because Obianim said Kwame Nkrumah, the most iconic Ejuma Oyeye, the most important work he did and his most important theory, Africa must unite. The whole Africa must unite concept. Later on, no, it was only Gaddafi and or showed some commitment to that. And unfortunately, no, once again, Gaddafi was not taken serious by his peers, and then the Western forces decided to eliminate him in that very terrible attack led by the French. Once again, African heroes always being killed, and then we all sit back and watch how they are totally, annihilated. On this day, no, a very, very, very necessary, particularly, and it's as if, say, it's a certain divine message coming to us. Say, at this time, 60 years of the formation of the Accra FM, we are back to the IMF, and we are discussing the conditionalities. In Nkrumah Kanye, say, if we don't unite, We don't put our petty Minamie president of Togo, of Benin, small states that are not viable, that are artificial creations by Otto von Bismarck and his colleagues. There is no way we can ever progress.
Yeah.
That, to me, is the greatest lesson of today.
Yeah. National Cathedral is spiritual warfare. What's it called? And yes, I'm getting a crown. I'm quote Bible mu. Yeah, sorry, Danya. A quote bini ni pebi a sorry tia. Yes, and ye. One who is say a fumo and as a at say dear Ghana first or mine interest no and a dawa come so no who say and ya kwa was in your normal unusual.
Oh, me who's our story no when you have my I mean me Juma as a member of parliament, and I have every conviction say the Ameyano is in the national interest. And I am there say or software Ansah, software Kukuda, or Mankasa recently or move frame ebo mabaso, ejumapa meya, because almost say that's what they teach us. Yaba soria say unhu say bonni air koso as a good Christian, as I say ukasa. You don't have to go and join and try to cover it up. That is not what Christ taught us. That is not what Paul did. That is not what Matthew did. That is not what Joseph did. This business of spiritual warfare is not new. From Antichrist to Tobias, Sambalat, and all of that. Media, meaning say, Ejuma Meyano, Nyami Ankasa, and all directing me, and I will bless it, Ejuma Meye, because Nyami Ejuma, Nyami on Tinaho. Emma Omu say Nidin to flourish. Intiana, me assure say he is empowering me and giving me the courage to expose all the atrocities happening in his name. Nyamidin, you say in Africa, no, if you want to get away with anything, you just mention the name of God. FM. Religion is the opium of the masses, as Marx said. Obo Nyamidin, Ofre Asofo Akukudama. They were expecting say Yenina Yabebohum. Because of this, we have deliverance, spiritual warfare, we are antichrist. Into Obian Kasa. Na Omwa Kosusa Sikadieno Omain Bono, then they will continue. Niamani Nina media told you up to now. I mean, first of all, project where President Akufo-Addo started or say personal project, personal promise to God. On use it taxpayers' money, on far abain sika and fan ye. Mina me cheno, me intercepted documents. Colossal amount of money. And they have not, it's now been confirmed. Thanks to the vote of Central Committee, Finance Minister Baye, Yabisa breakdown. Say yenim say 339 million Ghana cedis. Project I will say personal pledge to God. Wakasha nyame say use a buying seeker. Manchi or more, and they will have gotten away with and they will have continued. Is this honorable? Does this dignify God? Is this righteous conduct? And contrast nina omomaye. Mina mature right information request to PPA. Obekaya. Asking them say contract, has it gone through the procurement process? Has the procurement law been respected? PPA for responding and say, hey, Yapacho, project way and buy your attention. National Cathedral, the procurement laws have not been followed. Can you believe that? Media Namijin say if there is any projector, it will be pure, it will be pursued in all holiness, in all cleanliness, a better project way to glorify God. But that is not what we see. In the name of God, people are engaging in blatant corruption, blatant stealing. Enti mamin bisa Reverend Joyce Aye, with all due respect, sir, Osofo Akuku Dam, I champion out of this project. More criticizing project where I can say the way Yamano and yeah, almost Antichrist. That too is a spiritual warfare. Upon some air use Reverend Otabil, we're resigning. Bishop Dakeward Mills, a kind of resignation letter. Or say, there is another group somewhere, and Omu take a decision. Omuko board meeting, what they say doesn't hold sway, it's not respected. Bishop Dakeward Mills, ne resignation letter. Into Bishop Dak, so Abonsamna or using it's incredible, totally incredible. I can assure you, many about crusade no me really cry. Me latest U.S. mission, no, my release is just 4 out of the 7 revelations. Hey. Big issues. All of this by-election and all of those. Into namin pese ebe compete. Into me pese course na clear kakra. Na my release the akano. And can you believe, sir? Ankamanko America. Na yenyina yenim se sena Karisames. Ya tam yesika $6 million dia manono. Address na omaye no. Senya Nehemia group ya. Warehouse and amikohuye. Warehouse are all tongue coffee or see or no their coffee no tongue or Yamano $6 million.
Sir Brony old man be an old
yeah. Onwa sa old man no and Yamano $6 million. At least documents are omodepa parliament. Yet bisa breakdown said 339 million cedis no. And then omode ye. Or more breakdown at National Cathedral Secretary de Maya for Parliament. Almost $6 million. Yeah, they are Makari Summers. And as a diligent member of Parliament, me decided, say, Mako America ho. Ako shisha sa Kari Summers no. Ne kwambe infant or war. What is it? Does he have a credible institution? I have to do due diligence as a working member of Parliament. That is what working members of Parliament do, because he cannot afford it. I must account for it. I must justify it. And with Juma as an MP, particularly an opposition MP, and yes, BBA by Babe Catcher no. Now I swallow hook, line, and sinker. My and Rafe is on my way. I buying at the address via Bapay. Your chases our address. No, you call your investigation. That address, which was to give us a loan, CNTCI loan, it led us to a hairdressing salon in London under President Kufuor time. No, it's Esida. Second address on Mude Mayen on this National Cathedral say Oko America, Omo Washington DC office. Our ho Kesia photo wo ho come website. Our ho 1090 Vermont Avenue Northwest. Mini aba me call ho. Almost say, hey, please, respect yourself, Honorable MP. You don't have any office here. There's no National Cathedral of Ghana. Don't waste our time. There's nothing here. They've never been here. We say, oh, so even if I have a letter for them, I say, please, Honorable, please. They are not here. And we are looking for those who created this website. We will have them arrested. That is what I was told by the managers of the property. Into everything about this project. I mean, Project Bako.
$6 million in Musa say you did cry less than 3 months or kokoto apartment bi ni ade ade e di grant ye time says Canada man.
Brilliant question. We are very good journalist. Enti edi kan investigation and many board members e kasa omo ka chere me say omo de ye ka chere omo say carry summers no or ye fundraiser enti obeboa National Cathedral for no raise sika na normally no fundraisers no omo raise sika na or more age percentage. Into a year obia one say this time there carry summers Yamanisika upfront $6 million. Now me reveal say Omama carry summers way. National Cathedral for a issue statement say Nejumano and your fundraising, which is different from what board members have told me. But she say no, Cathedral Secretariat, Dr. Boku Mensa, say, carry some as Nejumano or your coordination. Na onuna or the idea no buy say omunsi Bible garden and a Bible restaurant. Restaurant now almost say Okohwa on best serve Edianina Jesus and his disciples Edian on best serve. Now, coordination, no. A coordination in T and President Akufo-Addo or establish a National Cathedral Secretariat. Yama omo office, yama omo cars, yetia omo car. Enti ebanisena omo tia American way. Obi fufro coordination fees. Then we have to close down the secretariat. It doesn't make sense. Mwejuma a coordination because man we know on your architect say Mose he's not even doing fundraising, he's just doing coordination. And when him say sir Bible restaurant I'll propose here say yen attach it to the cathedral design or the original design. When him said David Ajayi or designing our restaurant, or charge $5.4 million. Anka enye carry summers near. Yes. For just the restaurant. $5.4 million. That is more than 500 million cedis at today's exchange rate.
Now,
good observation. Good observation. Anka enye projects and interna debia make kai Ghana for say cathedral project we know. Obeti Kofusi $400 million, $450 million. Debbie ebe bro $1 billion. And do you know why I keep saying that? Because model now omu adoptee, you know. It was a very costly model. It's a Ombekwako see cathedral way in a greenfield in a Asasia Bibia in Nisono. Omu adoptee a model that says that we must demolish other properties to build it where those properties are. Enti a dining in our mububu ya no. Say no omu nyina train omu compensation. Malian ambassador mehu reminder krata wachro of reminding say omu train enti they have to be compensated because the residents ya demolish here. Comsys IT firm ya demolish omu headquarters. Waterstone Realty apartment complex almost omu court almost they are tired of waiting. Enti many cases is omu high court demanding compensation. Scholarship Secretariat ya demolish. Passport Office ya demolish. Judicial Training Institute ya demolish. Mehu proposal outgone Chief Justice Troy $50 million to the World Bank and others looking for a loan to build a new judicial training. I mean, no wonder all of them everywhere he's gone to they have turned them down because they can't believe what is wrong with leaders in Ghana. They think that we probably have been cursed. Into judges bungalows. Say ye see bungalows for ama judges no. Into your calculation no. If you add all of these compensation relocation claims no, a bro $1 billion. Interna minu ya agent say, Anka if we had better management, if government was not reckless. Yen Janenko IMF say Omumbema yen 3 billion. Out of that 3 billion, 1/3 of it is going into this cathedral project, which has become an international ridicule. Oka international media now. Obia, the Obia is Ghana said, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with their leaders? And I feel so embarrassed anytime I read those articles, whether in Al Jazeera and New York Times and Financial Times, who share the kind of description of the Omudi Maya leaders. And they wonder why the people are not rising up and fighting this kind of. And you see, in China, some of these reverend ministers who are themselves guilty, because Omu take it these bad decisions, no? They are complicit with the president. They are whipping up these religious sentiments so that, and they think they are being smart, so that Omo Christopher, they don't read through the lines carefully, no. Beijing say, hey, Ebia no crave more, Ebia Omo Kasachre project, we no. I mean, Opese will see sorry. Why can't you be transparent? Yeah, Christopher, me, I was SU vice president time I was secondary school. I would not oppose the building of a temple of God, which is being done transparently. Yenina, you better discuss it. Now, the suggestions are back. We have been talking about decongesting the business district. We could have opted, me sure say, Nananum Bebre and even family heads in this country will have offered available land. And then we'll have been transparent, even about the costs. Project we start here, almost $100 million. I could do 150, 200, 400. Say analysis are here, you know, it's about $1 billion. Ojin said if we were transparent, subjected this to a national debate at the core parliament, and we did it in a way to honor God, as we are enjoined to do as true Christians. Ojin said we will have been where we are with all of these scandals. And as Ikaya just say, demolitions are cost in Kofu Juma, just say. Yeah, in the process, when him say appeal court judge the resign here in protest, Judge Said or resign here. And I know the circumstance. He was just asking for a few days. None a year every surgery. They just needed a few days. They couldn't. They say, hey, agent, the president has made a pledge to God. And he just couldn't believe, say, a country he has served all these years, Ghana Bar Association, Amman Award, as the most upright judge. They were doing this to him. He just resigned. Premature, resignation. This country could have got the best out of him, or you'll be Supreme Court cry up why. The upright ones, we found them out of office. All this name calling, let me assure you, Nanama say, may affect me. With spiritual warfare, they can come and do deliverance. I don't care. Ejimano Yabeye, we will. Posterity is the judge. Yes. That Ghanaians will look at all the work we have done and evidence. Look, Mr. T oversight way. Not a single issue na media to jana document be na media to jana maka say and no credit and no credit. Look, as a vandal, truth stands. Truth shall always prevail. Yeah, exactly. Light shall always conquer darkness. I'm not worried at all. Honorable, you're trained. The Akano. What's the Aka 3 also release? You are trained. You. Yeah, that's a papa. Yo, Mr. Medas. You. Okujeto. MP for Northton constituency, ranking member Foreign Affairs Committee. And where the say interview now about 70 so here. Yeah, I was saying now so now otimi echirechire yemu said the equanimity. Madam Jesai spiritual welfare be na sing Ghana ahoyehia brewe semu asofo amwo Ghana ha ayi Jesus for be a globe for Jesus for nyina o Ghana ama Ghana say hey ama Ghana be a globe for nyina o Ghana o memu amana say me ko Facebook page am chia kwaku bossa osi Nana Meja kon God bless you for okay yeah that's it Tete Abraham we wa joining ye ewo ha say piaga obabedi atem minye interview we me ba meko Facebook no so ye di International Monetary Fund IMF hu nkomo esa say winya report ni bi na say wo kan a enema hoduo pi na ewo mu na sa report no
eba bonti na parliament especially finance committee no wo mu hu bi ana say emu nsem no eyade a na wo mo eye aware Kwekure Kitega na MP Cape Coast South Osanso ranking member Privileges Committee former Deputy Finance Minister ni nkwacheche enkomo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Anama.
Araba ya da papa say we yensa akanwo na bibi akose.
Nyame adom yakoye ye prime minister wie. Nyame adom a ye bekoyenim.
Honorable me no start here free IMF report aba yenya hu kakra ya kenkenka mi di kan e di wa free baby who say China will have access to Ghana's mineral revenue, electricity sales in default of 4 loans. IMF report on the buy no report yi mu bi a me kan di akire we no yesi ekoko ni ada ye mineral resources bi ho no ma loans bako for se ye ntimi entua China for eba beje revenue ni bi de atuom ho aka eniema na eba no eye report IMF for dia bai na muma tibie anase parliament no eniema wodo bi aka no foriata ni negotiations ahodo ni meetings ahodo no briefing na mo ya we se bibi se betimi asi
yo me da se bebe na ma michia wetefu ewiabre well IMF program na was am here no as a program no ma in sama no na oya titi send so in sama program no mun are the right things to do no and me was am here there the zaman or too short a time there if abandon obogo by that timetable of the ahoche baba omarimu papa now making China asamno parliament at the moment your recess yemwe until 6th of June na yeboko parliament and a lot of the things are here apart from the IMF reporter that na you and I would be no some all about out no some of the things also if you what I would say the sidelines either finance minister and somebody in government maybe including the president himself in news no all about out so I have also heard about the Nzama what they say in China for what but I have always had a problem with Dama China and Sami because China about the center of pretty much everything. Yet a kawa Ghana yazano nekasina and China for one or so for us to be driven another my IMF I drive in to a point today or they can seek financing assurance from China no it's quite difficult to understand. I have said in time and time again that when Kenoforiata said the elephant in the room was China then I said that the elephant in the room was definitely not China. I mean Ekawahina is China. China it's almost about 2 billion or so. In terms of collateralized loans, Ekawa Yezi Bibi Ekesia Humba Ajidama it's just about 600 million. But China negotiation it's quite difficult to understand. Because China for loans, China one loan there offended European countries and America and other institutions here below one was my hand. China for loan or either project specific another or your loan was my hand there yezi bibi botiaka. So why then any Chinese agreement today a loan as a box site botiaka. Na Ibo ever Chinese whether you are going to negotiate or restructure or refinance restructure the loan because the agreement is there. You pay with bauxite So if you come and tell us today the Chinese supposed to say, in your corner or bauxite, what is new about that? You told them you pay with bauxite. So until the bauxite is no longer there, but bauxite is all, as far as we are concerned, bauxite in Yunti. Why then don't you go to the Chinese and say that, look, there is a bauxite boat here, be a bauxite in Yunti, so can you help us into bauxite? Now the woman here for mouth. Simple. For it to become what is it called, a finance and assurance and all that. The whole IMF negotiation was badly done by this government. The reason is that government Nankasa not yet prepared to do IMF, as we all know. So it looks as if it got to a time the government was blindfolded into this IMF. They had no choice but to go to IMF. But Emma in Zamasukodi them point now where you become a beggar because equity point to be you need the money. Therefore, you are now going to the IMF reluctantly. Why before in your word require IMF? These are the type of negotiations we are going to end up, and that is where we have ended up where we are. I'm still bothered about this whole China thing because it's now become what is it called, West versus China type of loan, situation that we have. But it shouldn't have come to that. Geopolitics, whatever is happening between China and the Western world, should not come into our loans at all. But that's the situation we are boxing into. Where now China and France, I believe, are the people who are chairing this official credit committee. So Ghana definitely and desperately need IMF, but the government itself doesn't deserve it. Because government is not only BBI to demonstrate that of the IMF program. First of all, the first condition to go to IMF is to have a debt sustainability. Your debt should be sustainable. Up to date, Ghana's debt is not sustainable. So even for IMF to give us a program, it's difficult to understand. Unless, of course, the IMF realizes that Ghana is in a very, very serious situation. That if they don't help us, it might even be a problem in the region. Don't forget that Ghana is one of the most peaceful, countries in the sub-region, where in terms of politics and everything seems to be going well. And sometimes we even become the negotiator in the region when it comes to peace negotiations and all that. Because if you look at countries around us now, in Germany, China are stable in most of the countries. So maybe the world or the West is afraid that the debt situation, and then the hardship in the country, if something is not done, the situation in Ghana itself could be difficult. Okay. And for that reason, they gave us the IMF on a humanitarian ground. Okay. Because basically we don't qualify for an IMF. Okay.
Sustainable. Just week after IMF approval by first range of $600 million, no. And when President Akufo-Addo Akasa say no, international market, capital market. Na kwana say dey kwa loan. Loan ye ena edu omaya bedu samri. Loan ye su kra ye hu investment bia no. So within short time no na president e ka bibi say ya. Say na qualities near IMF plans of Wama Ghana no impossible say betimi achieve.
First of all, with all due respect to His Excellency the President, I don't think he knows what he was talking about. One award by, and then I don't blame the President because the President is not an economist. He has people to advise him. The principal advisors on the economy is the Finance Minister and the Chairman of the Economic Management Team, Asisha. New role or play in government. Those are the principal people all that will advise the president. And then of course the minister at the office of the president, that is the Minister of State. One other will advise the president on the situation. There is no way Ghana can even attempt to go to the Euro bond market or the commercial bond market in the next 3 years. It is just impossible. I mean, we have not even attempted to restructure the debt the external debt, especially to do with the commercial one. So how on earth does the president feel that Obotuma return to that market? That market, if we will ever get there, will not happen until after 2027. It cannot happen. Because yet look, what we have to focus on as a country is to start the negotiation on the external debt. Some debt relief or some haircut over free and space so that we begin to build our credit. Normally in Europe now a credit card companies where you use there or too much in tea. One more you use your credit card bill. First of all, you have to clean the debt on your credit card. Indeed, with any bank, you clean the debt on your credit card so that you can build credit before you begin to go and get another credit card or use that credit card again. This situation is no different. Your credit situation is bad with the commercial angle. That's saying to me, that my debt restructuring attempt to be with the domestic now. The commercial entities, the commercial institutions in one year too. Now chance that you build here credit, which is also a credibility issue now. Net rating agencies in one start there will improve your rating now. There is no way we can get any money from any commercial entity outside. So the president, one of our brief president, they have not briefed him properly, or the president simply doesn't understand, what he's talking about. Serious.
The finance minister Ansah Kebi. I mean that also Kebi.
The Obiara Kebi, I'm telling you as an economist, whether he's the deputy finance minister, I've been a deputy finance minister before, whether he's the deputy finance minister or whatever that person is, that person doesn't know what he's talking about. Marking time and time again that the managers of this Ghana's economy don't actually understand the economy they are managing. And that is why we are in the situation that we are in. From the finance minister to his deputies to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia to the president, all the people who take decisions on this our economy simply don't understand the Ghana's economy. And why a fundamental mistake from the very onset, and the mistakes now build up so much so, they don't have a solution. And I tell you that what IMF, look, if we were to satisfy the IMF condition for us to get onto an IMF extended credit facility program here, you will say, which I tell you what, we will never be on the IMF program. IMF program in the shortest possible time, about 10 or 11 months, simply because the IMF, and we should give credit to, not to the government for getting us IMF in 10 months, but we should give credit to the managing director of the IMF, Kristalina. All of them and credit. Somehow, this woman seems to have a soft spot for Ghana. And he's been helping us even in negotiating with our other creditors. All in all, there is a credit man because I think he can see. Because before we went to IMF, they knew we were in trouble. And they were encouraging us to come. But we took a long time before going. So somehow they had already prepared for us. Because if we fail, it will be a problem for the sub-region as a whole. Therefore, they have to save us, maybe to save the world. That's why we got a program. Not anything we have done. But terms of our program, they are quite ambitious. They are the right things to do, I do agree. Because the our program, we wouldn't be where we are. But now, we are to do this on the duress. We are to do this in a time that is impossible. Not in any economic time frame. We cannot do that. And especially next year being an election year will be a disaster. 600 million was given to us because of serious situation in EU. But the second 600 million will become a battle for us to get it.
Period almost extended to 5 years.
Government flagship program, they've all been banned. They haven't achieved anything. I mean, the agenda 111. Where is it? You know, the 1D1F. Where are we? How many factories have we created? Of what size? How many people that the factories in YM? What is the revenue stream of these companies, and how are they contributed to the GDP? Ekeke was a kuti. Everything is a kuti. As if they've done a kuti across the country. Yes, the kuti is just at one spot. When you come to planting for food and jobs, it's been another good idea, but it's been a hopeless, flagship program in implementation. As Ghana here budget, Ghana, you read equal to here budget since this government came to power from 2017 to data. Actually contribute if you want to check whether planting for food is working or not working. Two areas that will give you the signal. One of them is our GDP. The second one is our inflation. As a GDP side, GDP component of crops agriculture side actually zoom down to crops. Even there, crops as a percentage of GDP has been decreasing since 2017, 2018. It's been going down. So the question you ask yourself is that if we didn't have a flagship program in planting for food and jobs, then you can understand. But where our planting for food program are pursuing, why is it that the more food you plant, and you're supposed to be planting more food, the less you are harvesting, because it's not feeding into GDP the way it should? If inflation side check on food inflation. Even that the bulk of our inflation is food inflation. So how can this country have a targeted program of planting for food and jobs, supposed to be planting more food, and we are told that there's no shortage of food in the country, but yet your inflation component or your GDP component of your inflation, let me put it right, the food component of your inflation is still going up. Every month, the side of the inflation that is higher is your food inflation. So what is this government planning?
Report ni many atwa bibi so DDEP ni debt restructuring program no na the authorities are developing the Ghana Financial Stability Fund to provide additional liquidity and solvency support to the banking and non-banking financial institution sectors. That is a bank of raised $250 million to facilitate the build-up of capital buffers for qualifying banks. Pino, pesa for $250 million. They are supporting them.
If you want to know the reason why in Ghana, what problems are you with this year now? COVID, Russia, Ukraine war now. Some of the things that are causing problem it's as a result of the collapse of the banking sector, which they are now raising FSF, which is the Financial Stability Fund, to stabilize these banks. We told them, can you imagine, in a country like Ghana, of a population of about 30 million or so people, within a span of 1 to 2 years, we collapsed 9 universal banks, 23 savings and loans, 347 microfinance institutions, 39 finance houses, and 53 fund management companies. So within a year or two, 400. Let's be fair. Some of the microfinance institutions, and I was saying, they were on their way out. But if you put it in total, within a year or two, 471 financial institutions were collapsed in this country. Now, this created a serious, what they call systemic situation in the bank. Nobody wants to put money in any bank in Ghana as an investment, because you don't know where that investment will end up. You don't know whether that banks will be. So the banks have been undercapitalized. All the money that is going to the bank is recycled money from the government itself. The banks are not growing. If they tell you any bank is growing, it's as a result of putting some banks in addition to that bank. So if that bank's capital was, say, 100 million, and you add 2 or 3 banks to it and get 200 million, it doesn't mean the bank has grown organically. Banking has grown artificially by basically taking other banks and adding it to it. But then they are churning out reports that these banks are growing. Now we've realized that the banks are not growing, and therefore the banks are short of capital. The problem, we have a liquidity problem in this country at the moment, is that banks now, where indigenous banks now, to provide liquidity for the medium and small scale industries now. Those loans are not coming. Go to most of the banks here in Ghana, especially the indigenous banks, and go and ask them for a loan. They will tell you that they have suspended giving out loans. I did a quick check on some banks, and I don't want to mention their names, the few indigenous banks left, and all of them are saying that we put hold on loans. Why? Banking Nejuma is to lend money to those who haven't got it, to work with it, and pay those who have given the money to the bank. So, Mr. Kamo, as a bank, the first year returns. You can't lend it out to anybody. How do you give me returns? Or how does capital flow in this system? So there is a shortage of capital flow in the system and inadequate capital of our banks. So for that reason, the bailout is not only based on macroeconomics, but also micro, and that is to do with the banks, that they are raising this money from them. And they will need more, because the banks are on their knees. Banks, they look artificially good, but they are not. They put banks will put together to form one bank. That is the consolidated bank. They put sovereign bank, big bank, premium, royal, heritage. All these banks were put together to form one bank. Do you think such a bank will survive? Because every company be our culture. If they put your
heritage, and so I'm quite consolidated. This is same. I want me free one. I'm quite cry.
Well, if you work, baby, so heritage no more lose as a customer. So invariably, no consolidated bank so almost lose. Baby. So this bank, if you consolidated, it's just a white elephant. It's not doing much. It's just holding money sitting down. Go to consolidated and ask for a loan. Processor, I'm going to do from no. Oh, what is our control boxer? You know, they will take you through a process because they have very, very strict measures in giving loans. So the banks are not flexible anymore to do business, to raise money. Banks' business is to get money from those who have and give it to those who haven't. So those who haven't could work with it and bring some return. So those who have will get a return on their money. Look at the way they have handled government payment to the bank. Government payment to the banks, you know, they've not been receiving the money. I mean, that's the reason why some banks, you know, had to fold up. Now, banks in Wosika will invest in bonds through this DDEP. They're not getting their money. So, you know, the government should resolve its own problem rather than always anything the government will think of. They are thinking of who is bringing us money to do it. At the moment, as they got the IMF loan, they are thinking of who else is bringing money, which of course is needed. Now, quickly, you need 1 week from the IMF. President Akufo-Addo is thinking of going to the bond market. To do what? To borrow. Is that all they know? A certain minister one time said that if economy, a certain minister who is now in government, once said that if what is it called, running a country is about borrowing, her 17-year-old could be managing this economy. I don't know whether the economy is now managed by 17-year-old.
Say, yeah, sure, quite said, I will be resuming. Since some resume the and some of one of pa. Never be brave. Don't worry, it will come to an end. Okay. Also, who to my bar.
car trim no to my bar, who to bring out because the whole place will be dark.
Yes.
Give it about 20 minutes or 1 hour. What will happen? All the dust will settle.
Okay.
And the skies will be clear.
Yeah.
That's what will eventually happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Accra FM.
I was for Honorable George Kwekurikit Hagan, Member of Parliament, Cape Coast South, Ranking Member, Privileges Committee, former Deputy Finance Minister, Yenno, Editor and Common. Facebook, Johnson Clifford, also good afternoon, happy African AU Day. May we see total liberation to the glory of the glory of our Lord. And kupod wa de pa me wasasi so. No enya mpanimfo papa mo mo ani uso a. Ah, wo bebresa, wo ye bibia enye. Jennifer Boache, Dada Bakwame Kwache. Hello from Toronto. Okay. Canada and wadi we efri awade ebaye. Na afen so nipa ba ko messages bebre sa o mankrofo tie sa age sa wo jump sa na wako yentwe ya na yemra yeba yebeto so amam
CD capsules. My body say.
What body empress?
CD ointment. And also
what brand CD empress?
Mo se wo pe immune booster pa. Se de onipa kwa no be ye wa adwuma se de sa. Simple. Kope CD capsules. Enyarewa mo bo rough. Ye nim so anante ana wa ye adwuma kakra bi no abra ye so week bia.
Enye me ha pa no.
Enye wate CD capsules nkan. Wo ya so mde kope bia. Wo house wo twa.
Ena CD ointment.
Eye dwo tatahwe ada obenya ho no. Ko CD Herbal Center ya. Wo ye CD ointment ni CD capsules no. E wo Lashibi Sharom Sport. Ya e Ben 19 Junction. Na ko tie se general body pains. Nya ko todwe eye no ya. Na e ko na poso. Honam ya. CD ointment. Enti few days shrim e ko ya wonum di CD capsules. Shrim e ko wonum CD capsules no. Na wo di CD ointment nso e massage.
Na menya ni nyina bi wo he.
Pharmacies, chemical and herbal shops. Dudwa from 050-5767-425 and now 0209-682836. A pin for a batter one more money for Nikwada when you feed me a new camp. FD, as you shall say, a Georgian car to Majatu.
This will, of course, hinder the industrialization of our young African states. It is impossible to think of economic development and national independence without possessing an unfettered capacity for maintaining a strong industrial power. The activities of the common market are therefore fraught with dangerous political and economic consequences for the independent African states. The organization constitutes an attempt to replace the old system of colonial exploitation by a new system of collective colonialism, which will be stronger and more dangerous than the old evils we are striving to liquidate from our continent. This is another reason why we should come together in a unified African economic plan, which, operating on a continental scale, can make a solid attack on the imperialist domination in Africa. We should, without delay, aim at the creation of a joint African military command. There is little wisdom in our present separate effort to build up and maintain defense forces, which, in any case, would be ineffective in a major world conflict. If we examine this problem realistically, we would ask, which single African state could protect itself against an imperialist aggressor? And how much more difficult this will be when some states are allowing the imperialists to maintain bases on their territories. I have already referred to the military forces which South Africa is raising and the danger it poses for the new African states and the struggle of those still in chains. Only our unity can provide us with anything like adequate protection. Those problems can best be met within a unified Africa, and it should be possible in the higher reaches of our endeavor to devise a constitutional structure which will secure the objectives I have outlined, and yet preserve the sovereignty of each of the countries joining the Union. Countries within the Union will naturally maintain their own constitutions, continue to use their own national emblems and national anthems and other symbols and paraphernalia of sovereignty. Regional associations and territorial groupings can only be other forms of balkanization unless they are conceived within the framework of a continental union. There are existing models which we can modify or adapt to our pattern. The United States of America, the Soviet Union, India and China have proved the efficacy of unions embracing large stretches of land and population. Long live African freedom fighters. Long live African independence. Long live your struggle. And long live African unity.
And share this video with friends and family to support the channel.
Fellow freedom fighters, comrades and friends, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Accra and to this conference of African freedom fighters and supporters of the growing movement for Africa's liberation and unity. It is good for our cause to have a periodic meeting of this kind to examine our position in the great struggle to rid Africa completely and forever of imperialism and its handmaidens, colonialism and neocolonialism. Africa is rich and not poor. As the great wealth that has been taken out of our continent over 5 centuries of spoliation and extortion very well proves. Africa has immense actual and potential wealth: gold, diamond, copper, manganese, bauxite, iron ore, uranium, asbestos, chrome, cobalt, a host of other minerals. Our essential agricultural produce have all been drained away by colonialist imperialism. Africa is far from being poor. It is Africans who are poor, not Africa. And they are poor because of the uncounted profit that has been made out of the exploitation of their labor and their lands. If we are being baited to enter a European community, we must have something that community needs.
So ene ya wada echine efie ya sansu ejinamu na enche bia na Kwabena Bobie Ansah ebe journey ye ene Kwabena ewo fie ha enti obe journey ye kwaku edujemfi political analyst so a journey ye enti ya ba be sum na yemfa aseda ema ya boafo ya wo mu ekuta yemu Tabia Herbal Center edit Tabia Herbal Mixture aba edwaso said de bia me bohu daro no malaria fever general body pains wonam duan mu yoya wonu ma to na wuntimi ne de wadre Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal capsules waist pains constipation yam team elisisi ya de wadro no ebusu ewodwaso ba bi etonro bia benya bi o kan shi drug lane wono mo ena ndoso pom ewo Frezol 243 686861 0243686861 quick credit for ese wo pesike bia start business bi ana wo expand wo business emergency wo pe loan bomode afa Ghana card na free quick credit for wo hia so betu susu savings wo be account bia ma wo Ghana card eno a ena eba be gina mi se eba be collateralize e di ama wo bomode afre 0596920833 0596920833 so Bank of Ghana lances and one de eye ejuma top choco chocolate spread no so ya de fa bread dim ya eye kama papa eye chocolate ya ede ahwodin suwom ya top choco 3-1 chocolate drink and so a delicious chocolate drink ya milk wom cocoa wom sugar wom do here and hot water ebusu wodwa sofre 0243 033 033 0243 033 033 so Dennis Pub ewo tema na tema enene mpatamu die tema nene vicinity die abusuafo kira say Dennis Pub ehwa ene ekone ekwaji yenie or spicy fried rice homemade fufu ya akase fufu aponche krakra ene abunabunu ni nyina bi honomo moye tasty chicken sauce with plain rice afenso Ghanaian jollof bia yes spicy goat pepper soup nom spicy grilled chicken ni nyina akwa benya bi na ene Sundays dia mucho special ni konkunte special face the wall na ene nkruma kakra gum na wa chia usunchem saa no ne na wo sankwan Dennis Pub some kan kira wo say Friday bia karaoke night ya no de ye bomsa na live band special so Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays holidays na live band ejina emu Accra Street Party and the Accra Chop Bar and so so live ewo ehonom etibomoden Friday bia na chese 9 p.m. akopim say wa wo bebre Sundays so Accra Chop Bar so ejina mu ewo Dennis Pub ya eno ewo tema ya wo tema community 3 opposite PV Oben roundabout one ma ubetimi abuki for reservations and answer wope further inquiries at 0544 113 131 0544 113 131 so Dennis Pub was say eho yede enti ye ko honom na yakọ ni yakọ akọji ani ni yakọ akọdidi kama ewo honom abusuafo ene eye AU Day African Union yete ya no 60 years ni Africa ya yenkwa ya yemba yese kwa Ghana kwa de yaba yachi ki yetimi de yetim kura anke yepe but Ghana de ke kwa de kase ya yenkwa ya ni ya yenkwa yachi a ene yetim de yetim anke yepe Ghana de yaba yachi ya tia san kura ya baby ene nam kura no wo hwe se de yankofo ke kana oman no ebetimi asori agane na so biemu a je say after 20 years eko after 20 years nso ayeko no nso nkire say ye beti ne mabo so eno nso nkire say chese eri na besesa well aginyame Rokwaku edu jemfi eye political analyst wa join me kwaku mahan
ye na mama
na pom ti say
bibia ye boko jana dom
ye de nyame ase
Obende enya kura ebe fanisa si
enya kura enti se pede enya kura ye wonkwa
na se de ohwa efi wo secret ne de
secret de eno nse wuti wiase a umfu obia ho na mo baabi umfu umma stress ni nkrofo frustrations in awadwen a se wonam wunya awadi wunya na wahye Unya make up be what tia be bangani. Now we say. Now me go for frustration, you go for stress. I be talk so dey be around so adwendwen sa. Na una musa ba me na ma me na mbo no bi de. Me nie.
Pressure na was system.
Oh, me dey be my pressure no. Pressure here was system. We say do bi de sa kan de ho a. So be bodam.
Obenya BP.
Obenya BP. Anadwo ani busu sa na de ache. Inti uyi bi free mu ana chese na wo sin na akọ anim. Ena ye African Union Day. African Union ye tin in 1963. Ena ye 60th enti aka se na ye 60th birthday. Emma African Union. Uhwa Africa yakọ ye anim okwan bi so.
Nana. African Union Ansah na mpenifo benya ebeso daye mpo se omode African Union ebeba no. Now there was no plan for the African Union because kokoye say agenda bi na ebinumu pushi na sene yenim fa Africa hono every now and then bia no there's somebody or tries to be sabotage a certain system. Into the formation of the African Union was being sabotaged even from day one. Into if we say African Union or mote ye be permanent intimi enso abapa bia ma Africa. So naka African Union jinane nan so a sebi nkanye ne say IMF de Ghana to atopre because the idea and the concept of African Union was to bring Africa together, to foster trade, to foster our economic growth, to boost our intercontinental trade. Na ama Africa mfan ntoma painfra. Unfortunately, said the African leaders have always been selfish, and they have been selfish from day one. Into the kind of attention and the kind of contribution and also put together. Emma African Union jina ne nanso na etumi foster the kind of economic drive any intercontinental trade ne ebe push the agenda of Africans no. Our leaders are not ready to make that kind of commitment, but rather base yenko G20 summit ene ubehu African leaders na omug di echire na omo ko na omo ba. But the ewofie na ewo se omuye ni yie no enya de a omutu hwana mo bia na greater respect ebekwa ma Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on his significant role I will play esenka African Union betimi agina ne nan so na ne tirimu pone na dwempo ene se ode African Union ebe project Africa because Kwame Nkrumah tenasi hu say about 90% or more of the natural resources in the world in our Africa. Yewo fuel, yewo petrol, gold, yewo manganese, we have all the natural resources. So Kwame Nkrumah na nitrimu pone say African Union betimi agina ne nan so na African Union ebe ye the wheel on which African can drive to the destination that we want Africa to be. Unfortunately, we have all the natural resources. IMF why kokobo mohobusi America for Europe and Britain. Omu need the kind of resources now. Even though the British pound happens to be the strongest currency, it is backed by gold. But gold now Britain won only gold in China Africa. Even as it stands now, Britain any gold in China Africa. But what we are lacking is leadership. And that leadership nananka African Union in here to be able to lead the African agenda to push and foster that growth that African needs collectively. Because the Abwa, the United States of America, is because they are together. The Abwa European Union is because they are together. But they are more Africa. And they say, even there's a white elephant called African Union. It doesn't do anything. It's the African Union. But Jumedia, I was an African Union, AD. The African continent, Emma continent move forward, you know. We are not getting it. Into a blue African Union, they want to baby a D. I'm your man Penicula Unigana on an Amkata ho baby so koye den so koye den. What I say, and da I was a Africa for feeder. Nanka African yina you bosse near G and ni say yabe pie very good yabe pie abibrim na yewo abodiemu friend saying adokodoko de ye wo gold ye wo dan e wo se enka ye nuanom mo Europe ni mo na nketu kwan ba ha e de omo ni be hwe said the Nyankopon asi hira yen asi afa. Unfortunately, the kind of leaders are all African. O mama Nyankopon hira na odi hira yen nyina no aye no me amayen. Sisi a no koko no kra ye kote a ye hu ba bi edi koko ne fa. E o ze ekoje syndicated loan, e o ze edi kan ko bobosen a na ye ti koko ne edi akutua. Gold no nso eno nso ya ajeje ho bosen awie. Enti no yenya ntu gold kra na China for edakaso China for twen se on be ba baji gold no petrol a Nyankopon de dom yen a yentumi ntu yetu nso a percentage aga na enya no eye kakra bi. The issue is not only limited to Ghana but to the entire African continent. Enti ene I was say enkaye afofida ma Africa no rather than me hu ni say a time for us to sit down and reflect on how our leaders have managed the continent. Na Kwame Nkrumah kan sembi or say Africa is not poor but Africans are poor. The continent Africa no enye poor but the Africans enipa na ewo mu no enye poor. The reason is that ohwe yen adwene Africa ya adwene
poor.
Very good. And that poor mentality has affected our behavior, it has affected our actions to the point, say, even when we have what it takes to make us sufficient, we are not even able to utilize it. And Nyankopon de ama Africa, and can you consider a quite drama and social copebosia? Because omo aye copebosia or mohono, saying Shirana Yamedia, one friend Shirani be in Shira.
Because kono ba be pe ukoko anka ofesi kakese no
diaba
but wo kokko no odi akosi awowa
ye dia champo go dia akosi awowa
odi kokko na che
ye kokko na che go dia dia che ohun dia mi chi
ye land cry say ye land dia che
enti is because African leaders are not able to sit down and actually understand what Africa is. They don't even understand the continent itself and what the continent is possessed with. I say, wo bibi wo fie na wunima ade no adeban. You don't know the use of it. Say obi a onim na adeban ebe somu a hu so otumi de yenioma bebre. Nti abrofo na tena se hu say enioma bebre wa Africa. Nti rather no they are going to take advantage of it and then who said the AC export your raw materials. Free Africa, everything is being exported out of the country. Meanwhile, we are not importing anything. And nyoma ye exporting also. And who sika e was say yenya no yenya the back room ha yentumi mfa nyehwe ketasehye proye adwinfin enye no adwinfin efiti Kwame Nkrumah mo abre so bepom ne. All the leaders that Africa, it cut across where all the African countries are. The kind of leaders, they only come in for their own interest. And interest, is to enrich themselves, enrich their colleagues, enrich their friends, enrich their families, and forget about the masses. Until day in, day out, the African continent is on its knees, begging. Which are the rate at which are your nurses. Dwane ko UK abrochimem ekoye care
because bibi ani ha
because ani da so bia
senior nurse pa no okoye
care ohun de mbeza mi chewe sisi ya UK fo hunu nyanze omu se no covid ne bae no amoaye enti no yenya fenesen shortage enu omu bie mu no ma twe nurses ni nyina kogu UK sisi ya wut yeti hei ebe kakra na hwa beko hospital kra nkoto nurse ni bia o
omo maka nyina omugu so eno obi ka chem se uko on se omo no government workers no most of them need job salary or GCB obi ka chem se we nurse kra na akogilo omo ma because omo be say we gi loan na ubedwane akọ
won ho de me che no enti
eno na me doing Saudi aka energy issues biaba about some media personality phobia ebiasi mani pebi ba $125,000 ye ma we $150,000 enti aka energy no a foreign company so before ono no twa sesika we dia man krofo bi no na say de wo nya no eboro so but eye energy na wono ye ho adwumo say na o man ni nya ayes aka energy utimi say sika o mu generate from wo production adwuma wo mu ye wo Ghana ha say no enya asem ketwa because it de wo ye no enya mfa so de ema wone ne company ne man a adenti na wo so terms ka huge amounts of money say nipa ba ko yesi ya man $150,000 nipa ba ko yesi ya man $200,000 nipa ba ko onti omo no because of say Kwame Nkrumah kan say o man in African continent ni nya poor ba mu nipa na ye poor e nipa e wo mu no ye poor
you know say aka energy almost in 2000
and they can make aka energy because almost sense
me go into details almost established a company in 2018 2018 yeah
2018 yeah
now aim they say they want to become an offshore oil and gas operators
okay
you see idea ba ko a abesi Ghana ha and they say all the companies want to have an offshore account intino mfasudio bi o mbenya o man ni mu bia no o mo de kwa kogu ba bia wo de te o mo account kra enye wo hu de mecho at a better time ye be call into this aka energy issues
abadia na ba odi
ene ehon sensama
abadia na ba because am say ko were interested
ene ehon sensama eboboba I think say certain media personalities or mudi abetodwa. And I believe that as time goes on, there will be more revelation to that conversation. And at the right time, you know, the top on so.
Just say African people, mobile.
Mobile.
On say bibinia. I also no jina hono e defend or mine right or mine interest, you know. Or no mamu no ji ono kwani dio.
You see, we have become selfish right from the time of independence till now. And the African continent and its people, a Nipana war continent in Imuno, we have become selfish and self-centered. Obia Guinness the unknown benya. And you know, when you are taking a collective approach, say tuana moa ebebo nipa dodo na, many of them come together to sabotage that approach because onim say with decision to go in for the collective interest of the people, no, it will be against his interest. And today, we are pushing our singular agenda, diabolic, parochial interest. That is what the African is capable of doing. Whilst in other jurisdictions, no, they are thinking about the collective interest of the people. Almost majority of the people no interest, no. Yeba Africa had a individual. A kwanya beka se nipa so masi is a billionaire. So a billionaire. Where do you go? And it's because of how the Africans have tuned their mentality. Say we always worship people who has made money. Yet to me even justify how they came by their wealth. So on the miche. And we have a long way to go. As we have a long way to go as Africans, but I believe say in kakra bia na nyankopon ya adoma na ebeduru ho say antumi anu won so ebeja ho manchiri man
yenhwe IMF say ya brusu bia before approval beba emu conditionalities ya di ahokyere ebeba Ghana fo so eni emu eniema aba ene ye African Union enti African Union ya ye wo bibia bi after 60 years Ghana kwa de nya independence kwa no more than 65 years after 65 years Ghana edrum pempenso a with all the natural resources ya on mine 66
yeah
Ghana nya after independence 66 years me ma me you know me ma me 1957 yeah okay. Me ma me birthday no 66 years ya kwadru baby adru say o mani bibia ye collateral ama ene because of loan default in China for actually say your resources be your honor mineral resources be on including revenue could be generated from electricity currency default loans back far. Omo befa edi ate omuka.
Yeah.
Enya rehosem. Ada na brofo no kwa ada na yenya ya brofo na moment na.
Enya rehosem.
Rehosem o.
Enya
rehosem o.
Debi.
Normal.
Normal. Wonim bibi. America and Russia omo trade conflict as we speak now. Strong. And China Russian ally. So what America is trying to do is to kowtow to the demands of Russia.
Okay.
And he said Ghana for ye desperate. No more call IMF. So omo kwa kupiska. E was say IMF etua na mon ko China ho because Ghana or mine China any edi won kakesiye pa.
$1.9 billion.
Very good.
It's around your debt around 5 billion.
Yes. Okay. I was say IMF for eco China for no more seeking for China's permission as to say omonfa loan in ma Ghana and as a momonfa my omonga to be for mo penye enti obekaya doing back and forth with IMF no omonka che omonko China for na omone China for nkoka ema China for ntiasie to our domestic debt restructuring program no say China for di tuma ansana IMF betumi ayeden abem. Now what it means is that China gradually is going to take over our country. China is going to take over our country, and there's nothing we can do about it because sika we are more pumping into our system no IMF pump it into our system. Definitely Ghana is going to misuse the money. We have been misusing similar monies because the amount so they can the American say just in 2019 and Ghana an IMF program nanatio just 2019 and Ghana an IMF bailout omu be wie no na MPP aban owosu ono na the last tranche of the money ebebeto no 2019 na say wodo hu kodom wa IMF one of the benefits obenya say it helps with your policy credibility and it promotes physical discipline. Nana Uti, you get access to other financial markets because you are going to stabilize your economy, you are going to reprofile your debt, you are going to sustain your debt, you are going to have that physical space to be able to go into the international market to borrow. You have the breathing room to pursue stronger structural reforms. Enti abra Ghana echo IMF no. One of the things that we did as part of our structural reforms no, we have the Fiscal Responsibility Act in 2018. It was passed to constrain the fiscal deficit to not more than 5%. That was one. Two, we had the Fiscal Responsibility Council to advise the president on our Fiscal Responsibility Act. The third one was that we had the Fiscal Responsibility people, our more ministry who advised the president on how certain things should go. And no, some new money in 2019. Ebwa my economy stabilize.
Okay.
Economy ni jina ne nine so in 2019. Na the previous government. You see, when it comes to economic policies, and yes, and uteki steps in economic policy na adebecheno na swaba. It takes time, over a period of time. Inti ye call IMF no over a period of time na economy no abegina ne nine so. Into Ubekai NPP for almost Omoba Bemuno 2017, 2018, and 2019. The economic indicators were perfect for them. It was because of the policies that the previous government took, and no swaba. And 2017, 2018, 2019, now MPP for a jubilate over it.
Okay.
Now they started taking those financial policies from 2019, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 up to 2022. Now, we share omu economic management now. And no, omu collapse 9 banks with 21 billion Ghana cedis.
27 billion Ghana cedis.
21 billion Ghana cedis.
27, not 21.
Oh, 27 billion Ghana cedis.
27 billion Ghana cedis.
And omu collapse 9 banks.
Yeah.
Not only 9 banks, so omu collapse 9 banks, 23 savings and loans companies, 347 microfinance institutions, 39 financial houses, and 53 fund management companies. Ejumedia MPP in 2017 no. What I say? Now, when you are managing an economy and you take such a shambolic step, you should know say your economy will collapse complete. Meaning about what I say? Because no economic theory will support the idea say when banks are going through crisis, the best thing to do, and they say you collapse all these banks with 27 billion Ghana cedis. These 27 billion Ghana cedis could have gone in to resurrect the dead banks, but this government decided say omubegu banks and any financial institutions creating more unemployment for the people. What would they mention? Enti ekodum pempenso bi say our economy can no longer sustain itself. Omuwie na so the finance minister, led by the vice president, who is the leader of the economic management team, supported the idea of reckless borrowing in the international market. Why? Because yeko borrowing now, certain individuals makes money out of the borrowings that Ghana is making.
Minister Nemu.
Yes. And on record, our parliament, Oka his company has benefited $150 million from the Euro bonds now Okojieno. Enti ebemaye omode, and they decided say they will go on borrowing shopping. Every now and then they were in the international market to borrow. Omo borrow so no de banswa. Jumedia was omudi sikane ye. Investing the money into the economy. Send the economy will revamp. Na ejina ne nan so for the economy to move on. No, they were not doing it. They have managed this economy with propaganda from day one. Omube take over from 2017. Propaganda upon propaganda. The say this is a government or an administration that do not take any interest in advice from the financial experts, from the financial your friend is saying how do we call it, consultants, and I say everybody be or what financial knowledge to help build this country. This is an administration that is never interested in listening to anybody. The reason is that the president is so much obsessed with the finance minister, thinking say the finance minister knows it all. Your finance minister can Uforiata onu kwana dwene ene odibu o man Ghana onje advice to some point. Honorable Atongo, is it Adongo said say even for the finance minister to come to parliament finance committee to brief them on what is going on at the finance ministry krano akoye boachi bidin
this all panichew
Ansah na waba sa anamontu we nyina lead to where we are today. Say Ghana has to go into domestic debt restructuring. Now domestic debt restructuring, in spite of the introduction of e-levy, now by way expect to say e-levy was going to give us what? $600 million per year. E-levy only gave us $60 million. That is 10% of the projected revenue. So they were forced to go to IMF. When they were going to IMF, before that, they had come to tell us, say, Ghana is a sovereign nation. And for that matter, we don't need to go to IMF. Adechenya that's sorry, you know. No more IMF abobo anwa.
Unim bibi intrewan. Unim say we read to IMF report no de buy na. E-levy no as at the time I know you introduce e-levy. It was a parliament pass no. Na ni nyina ka ekwan yo mo fa so mo de kwa IMF. No mo introduce levy no because we read it through on say mo kwan fa so a utility tariffs ye tutumu and quarterly every quarterly bia no on say this year 1st February ye increase utility tariffs and 1st June so ye benye increment for be started September so increment for be started if say we read through IMF report na perception bia and as a dream bi omudi two assembly omudi two ni pet omu create ye e ma nipa adremon so no ye introduce e-levy ye nkwa IMF ni nyina no moboa.
Now, I read something Ministry of Finance on my website. Now, me pese me who say CCIA ya ko IMF ombe e-levy ne free one. But the report I read, and it said even in July there's going to have a platform, a common platform. Omode babe boosted the collection of e-levy. Enti omo beka kire yen say IMF any e-levy yen choose mu baako. Then we said that okay yen yanso ye beboa ye hu bi enti ne yaje IMF yaje e-levy natum we are going to pay so that yen nyina ye betimi aboa ma economy na apeja yaje tuma de chen ya no mo se da bi maji atum kura still ano ye beko IMF enti na meka kire say when you are a government and you decide to govern by using the propaganda statist, this is how you run the country into serious debt. Now, all the rating agencies, all the rating agencies, Oma rating Ghana to a leveler you cannot even describe it. Junk state. Just say, Oma investors' confidence we don't have access to the international capital market. We can no longer go and borrow. Enti sa IMF program we are omo akogye no. Omo agenda eye one. The agenda of this government and they say ye ko IMF. Ni akogye sa amoa we. Se na ebe ya ebe boa ye menya access to the international market.
But no say the omo kan de nye nene china o.
So omo ko international market.
Yes.
Who name government we own?
Oh, well, so I'm okay because before IMF board approval Bebakwan Deputy Finance Minister me Adam McKay and also President Akufo-Addo kan but me ni Honorable Isaac Dongo I interview her I me na wie ya Honorable Rekitega so I interview on say sir international ratings the last time Fitch for kwadom se Ghana for omoyi efro ratings because bibia no mo rate ye biem restricted default in yadu enti bibia ni wo biem wo debt to GDP atwam 100% a e dey biem na aka so say do mo kan until say where be resources ni bia commercial dey akoye collateral dey because say do mo kan until say international ratings ni be France ye rate ye ama investor confidence na be say oh yetimi ya sustain your debt ni to certain level bia because one say no there's no fiscal space ebia na baby ya o enti because IMF abani too sorry ya kwakwa kwajilu.
No. What I'm trying to say is that
okay
near aban way eba be ye ne say they are going to put measures in place. Ebema economy no are resurrected back, and the agenda is that omo yes so that they will have the opportunity to go back to the international market.
Okay.
Enti anamontubia omubetubia no is to get the economy back on its feet. Now when says economy ni bejina ne nan so a, then the rating agencies will start having us back and start rating us again. Now investors' confidence will now start coming back, so they will get say your election year. We are going into elections. What I say?
Into yeska.
Yeska. What would they make no? All that they are interested in. Maybe na meet interview now, honorable any making. All that this government knows best is borrowing. In the absence of borrowing, they will go to IMF. There's no other ways and means. Omubetimi account boom. Because see, you had a previous government that was interested in building buffers,
okay,
to support the economy, not to always run to the international market to go and borrow, not to always run to the international market, IMF for support, not to run to China or anywhere. But you, on the other hand, obayeno, sinking fund eniho, heritage fund eniho. Your friend is saying, I mean, all the buffers, sike womu nyina no asa. Ohu dem pesa mchon. So their only interest is to be able to return back to the international market to continue the borrowing shopping that they were doing. And this is what they know best. And I have had very difficult challenges as to why people still think, say, this government is the best when it comes to managing the economy. Because every now and then, Ukraine, Russian war, what of the other African countries that are not borrowing? What are the and immediately you talk about them, they are quick to cite other countries or Marco IMF. And I have difficulty in appreciating that, because the finance minister said Ghana is a unique country, it's a sovereign country. So our circumstances and our situations are quite different from every other African country. So the fact that other African countries are running to the IMF doesn't necessarily mean say it was say Africa, Ghana, so you don't call IMF. Yet have modi e-levy by even though near mubi ya bonyo so. But at the end of the day, we all complied. What you say? And Ghanaians are doing well. Now, they are not even able to come back and tell us, say, this is how much we have been able to generate from e-levy.
The generating this, so the last time you say, almost say ECG be called cashless. It's ECG called cashless. The Abakwa we and say, so better with Momo. So, okay. The answer will cast where we did BB from finance ministry for platform. So, I'm saying ECG be called cashless. And you call vendor hona kwa unkreska. Obey your transaction, Momo transaction, and I would the actor.
Already, Mimi, you should cashless. I buy from my phone.
And with the 11
I buy from my phone.
And he postpaid the crown out a cashless. Unkenska, Nina means unim. Say IMF reports no. Said you now can say you have no man of VAT ya by this almost page 57 honomonwa number 8 no Ochebibi in line with program objectives. We enacted the 2023 budget near ma omo ya omo di increase revenue mobilization. And now wo proposal program my de koma IMF no. Or see the main elements of the revenue package include a 2.5 percentage point increase in the VAT rate. Answer no abemu. And a complete removal of discounts on benchmark values. Review of the e-levy. Said ya woka say what ministry no
on website
one and then the revision of income based taxes. And then tax administration and compliance efforts will continue with the into Noba. But adia mi bisa wa hase ni se oko number 9 na or say adjustment in 2023 will also come from a reduction of primary expenditure by 2% of GDP. It will can say compensation of employees is reduced by 0.5% of GDP because of wage moderation and higher net attrition. It was a 30% cut in the salaries of the president, vice president, ministers, deputy ministers, MMDCs, and political officers holders. Sir, I don't know.
It's rhetoric. They said it, but
because our report.
Now make us say, you see,
because almost me na country say 30% cut no. Revenue say yet me generate. Some say a burden sharing, no say share burden, no say burden sharing. But won't me country, but our report ni say ministers, president, vice president, MMDs, government appointees, and your haircut 30%.
You see, Nana, what I'm telling you is one of the reasons why we have gotten to where we are is because of the propaganda. Now, Omode running this economy, no. You see, if you have a finance minister, if you have a vice president who is an economist, and they are always lying about the economy, they are always saying things to look good. What you say? They just say it. At the end of the day, there's nothing to show for it. Now, most of my 30% cut. Where is it? Where did the money go? Oh, these are the petty questions. Ubu Sanswa. The answers that there's no answers to the questions. We ask some of these questions every day. We are not getting answers. Now, because of COVID, yeah, and because one of the reasons that they cited is COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, okay, and the collapse of the banks. COVID up till now, just yesterday, World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic beam. But as we speak now, Ghanaians are still paying for COVID. How much revenue the state Ghana has generated from COVID levy up till now? It is not known to the public. You see, the economy and the financial situation of this country, according to say some courts, okay, the public is not being, I don't know what else to, we don't know what is happening. What a na finance minister ba no the way ya be boom adechia, and the concerns of the people he doesn't even care. The concerns of the people the president doesn't care. The concerns of the people the vice president doesn't care. And number of times there has been some of these issues that the vice president has not even come out to comment about it. You know why? Because he knows say on one kasa the economic theories, the economic principles, it doesn't support some of the decisions and the actions of this government. The vice president is an economist, and he knows say some of the decisions that this government has taken, it doesn't support economic principles, it doesn't support economic theories, but yet because it suits them, because it is going to help them to put the fraud, corruption, and the state capture agenda into, they are comfortable with it, and they are getting away with everything. We went to IMF basically because of our reckless borrowing, because of our expenditure. Look, over bloated expenditure, and the presidency always submit to parliament bloated expenditure, because oko presidency now we share the amount of presidential staffers, the number of presidential staffers, and the amount of money that goes to pay them. No one busa say, are we building a country, or we are building certain set of people just for their own political gains? And when we continue to manage this country the way we are managing it, and uka ebimuntiase or mine in the sense credit ratings are free, they won't even bother themselves to rate us. It's a clear indication say or mine what you say, because exams now the no say the way you grade way in here the grade way in here F9 F9
F9
no kura we nya bi na wo kɔ exams na the examiner ne ka kyerɛ say F9 no kura mpo no won nsɛm fata
ne wan say
na kyerɛ sɛ wo de enye kura. And this is where we find ourselves. Unfortunately, no, when you make pronouncement of these things, obi tinchanya or saying Ukraine war, COVID, whatever, pandemic. Ube make some of these analysis. Ube kufie no, ona na biti ho. Kwa kuja finsema ya mo kwatre radio so keka yin na nsanya ya di Ansah ka omo pensions ka no ave de kwa ku aya ka ho ni ye o ti ase
ave de atimi no e bi aka no
o kwa aya ka ho ni ye na sisi ade ye bre na mse ofa wo bre unya mre ye sha ase na ye ka no Ghana fo binom mmoa ye me ye nka Ghana fo mmoa me ye mfa ya no ntum. We are not against this government. We just want the best from them. That is all. Because the vice president, before becoming the vice president, told the whole people of this country, say, managing this country is the easiest thing that he can do. He told us, say, John Dramani Mahama, Tibon Koso. When he said, they don't know anything. He made governance look simple. He made management of this economy look very simple. And Obitin office, failed lawyer beaten office, said, say, if a country is all about borrowing, then his 9-year-old child could manage this country. And so so it goes to tell you, say, there's an agenda. Nana, there's an agenda. And the agenda is that certain individuals want to capture this country. They want to own the country such that one kappa, they will tell you what to do and you will do it because a commodore. They will capture this country to the point say your amount 50 Ghana cedis it is enough to change your decision. Your amount 100 Ghana cedis it is enough to change your decision. And that is where we have gotten to.
Anyway, I was your for Benjamin is energy experts, analysts. So at Johnny and you may ever Ben. Now, Pom to say, I call so. Yeah, that's so. And you man Dawson so. So every beer, not the beer by the shame. And never across over.
Cossy, that. Revelation be IMF document in the morning.
Okay.
And there was a Paris in a year. I think that the Abandia could know. And Yasempa say Bibia.
Mr. Maunasuk. Yes, but I was a man who started out down the book.
Everybody, you know, a hacker. And I was say, yet to me, a church muma ubia etiasia.
Okay.
Yedi kind. IMF document na o say as 2021 na ban entumi mobusia ewo edwaman so ontumi mobusia because na wabobusia no abroso nti before say Ukraine conflict no kra na say Russia Ukraine conflict me ba no na Ghana vulnerable o use that word no say vulnerable e kan twi say ya mobo anti sikasemu na ya mobo nti every say ya mobo nti no Russia Ukraine conflict no e ma be ya mobo kra nti external factors no account to the but the major factor was that before 2021 on na ya bobusia na broso nti Russia Ukraine by na be ya nneema no west now two mete say na wo ka say finance minister say omo kate expenditure I think that already report ni year or say expenditure bi ani omo kate nti omo dada Ghana for in 2022 or can twice or try say wakati expenditure by 30% allocation to MDAs but report no chere say want to me ankate because na ne budget edoso nti saa 30% na finance minister ka say wakati na enye no kre throw na wadi a kire yen de ka ho biom report no san kire say ye koko board afibia ye ko ekobobusua de makoko board so mfandi ne dwuma no koko board in 2022 no aboka almost 8 billion Ghana cedis I won books munti ye Ghana for mienu a wotie me no ye na saa ka no ye betua nti obia emo na bosom se koko board ka kokofo ka aban de no aban asan aboka api so nti no mene omienu ene betua uye no free ho a IMF ka che o se document no kire se aban de yakọ se obe manage the weight bill nti because of so obe manage weight bill nti no on high nipa biom ana so on fa adwuma and obe fa adwuma kra na ska de be ma on we say ska no so ketwa because on to me manage weight bill no se ne so no nti honom so aban de yenko nti sisi amene o ka say no unemployment is likely to increase because employment se ne anka we say fa nipa no yen fa nipa sa biom adwuma eni ho mayen and adwuma no kra be fa wa akatua no be yekuma bi IMF sign report no aban de yeko se o se ono to a wagie bebre no sa to ono nso no and I can say tax right to aban agie bebre no aban IMF aban de yako se to ono nso no o se oje 13.4% of GDP over sub-Saharan Africa is around 18%. Here de no is akra anti IMF akacha ban say oh say no opeso so dru say ne wa fefo mo sub-Saharan na say lower middle income countries no bedu na increase ko 18 nti aban ko ka kire say okay ye be increase ko 18 nemo 18 na ekono ye be tax Ghana for do pa ye be giska free Ghana for do ho na ye timadi apia kanu nti Ghana for nye ready say onyinam kanea ebe kosoro abrenu abribia o fuel ebe kosoro because it's reflective in the report say fuel no abribia na ebe levies na ida and say taxes na ida fuel so no ebe reflective on exchange rate nti abribia o sidi ni be depreciate enya o fault aban be kwa kodi ni dwumadi bia sidi ni be depreciate no e wo say the tax e ka ho na ye di kotua sa aka no nti kai hu so fuel no so no tax do be ba be ka ho sa na aban ka we taxes on fuel any energy sector utilities ebe kosoro no bebrebe a na ye education sector o maka da bia me ka say you see education ni kwan say dia amanyosem because o man bia betumpon a it needs informed minds obi a onim de and normally no ohwe before 2015 ye will be an friend Millennium Development Goals into Millennium Development Goals na the target is by 2015 no ye be increase access to education but after 2015 no eno mo san ka say no say no enye access no nko because nipa no ko school na say learning outcome ne poor and say wan ko hwehwe a wan ko kra waboka emfaso bi ani so nti say yenhwe the quality of education nti wo hwe SDG sustainable development goal 4 we talk of quality education IMF ka che say ya disuane de ya di encrofodo do na akọ free SHS e de encrofodo do na akọ school name quality no bad. And because of the quality ni ho no was say free SHS no reform this particular government social protection policy and social intervention policy was say it me revise no na ye target na ye ma emu ehekna and we UNICEF report aminiaba in 2022 UNICEF released a report on education budget in Ghana between 2019 and 2021 the education budgets are reduced by 18%. Wow, that is what he's saying. Ofri ho report no say ka che say Ghana ha no ye wo ahiafo no ye che mu 5 we call it quintals ye wo escafo first 20% omo mu di akire second 20% omo mu hye mfimfini third 20% omo mu hye 9 fourth 20% and a fifth the last 20%, so we call quintals ya che no 20 yes Ghana ha ahiafo pa no omo di bobro na say mubro here poor people, very destitute people no only 27% of them in a bit marry JSS. The 27%, that's UNICEF report. Okay. Only 27% can complete JHS. But as Scafono or more Musano, 20% of the rich, 76% of their wars can complete JHS. Into where even within education, there's inequality in education. Into one, the education is of lacks quality. And even the quality no quite lacking in terms of access and as in terms of completion rate oh here ni ban timi we school o scaffold bank one we school, so you need to bridge it right. And the cost education sector even within the education sector now nanka you say education bia no say bema atumpon you need 6% of your GDP in the education sector. That is what we call the income declaration. But aban atimi abon modia maybe 4% and sometimes on now on August abai ko share bo say budget no allocation to education sector no obe increase ko 23%. Abai to me say education sector the budget 16%, which is even declining further compared to previous years. Nti the IMF picture no ni UNICEF bi o picture ma Ghana no enya dia e wo say wote wa o mo wanije that is all the my Ghana. You should be happy. And obi odo on my Ghana biano any kwan so mo anije because one kenoforiata adi trachere me da bia meka in 2016 when NDC was leaving power. Now GDP was me nipa bi I don't believe in GDP because
debt
one
to GDP
apart from debt to GDP, not GDP na nkasa kra no I think it's around 3.2 or 3.4 that time. Now me no ka say 2023 IMF ka say GDP no be end 1.5%. That is what IMF report no buy no. IMF is projecting that GDP for 2023 is 1.5. Okay. Compared to NDC with Baumiani economics, finance minister and economics, no, that is how we are going to grow. We and if you want report no sign catch on say next year no, you will grow 2.8. Every election year, we are not compare election year of 2016 to this election year. How did be comparison now? 2016 is quite better. I think 2016, if my data says me right, is around 3.4 or so. But next year you got 2.8, which is worse in terms of ranking. Even if you IMF kato say Akufo-Addo buying any Baomia, any Kenoforiata, Edi Yakuhiamu. Nti I'm not a believer of GDP, but GDP no, o calculate you be GDP per capita. That is usika na wono ne amenoka say no Ghana usika no around 615 billion Ghana cedis, which by year end and around 800 and something billion Ghana cedis. So this are 800 and something billion Ghana cedis now the tutuo now the population of 30 million Ghana cedis now chemua sika obia de ano. Last year no na 600 and some last year they about 615 billion as at November last year. And IMF catch say this year 2023 your per capita increased by 1%, actually. Into usika swati senka na ye chesika bia last year in 2022 na ye chesika bia na Ghana ni benya $2,000 IMF catch say swati by 1%, which means that sa abani e Ghana for do ko hiayomu. That is what it means. Ama Ghana for do nano hiamu e na ye di yako. So, say what you now do Maya. Why should you be interested in and as a support to a buyer or the washeda Buapayo Eddie di Paduko yam? Any question support to Sabaino. And I think that be American, I think on my beko ya because of say a buying who say or my inform you well. We are well educated in terms of quality of education. You better hold the government accountable and responsible, you know, a buying person with my good education. And to that biano free SHS and free SHS will become obi me kai na no Bawumia and sometimes even sad to hear him kokamba be say digitization and digitization or whatever they call it and also SSI Wi-Fi. There's a report yenua Manase Azure ni firm no cry the 4th estate ediaba say wachi SSI okrom ha nyina okoba bia digitization enya adwuma Wi-Fi enya adwuma Wi-Fi ni nyajuma, but every month we pay the internet almost 6 million Ghana cedis for no obi to work as a digitization. What's I tell baby I say digitization into health insurance then say health insurance no bet matino if you register. IMF catch say Ghana for 30 million only 50% or less are on NHIS and I say health insurance. Health insurance like a national thing also be also but the lack of quality of it. Say enye papa intino Ghana for do na so monkoso inti only 50% ene woso inti da bia meka o digitization also di aba eno entry revenue mayen entry revenue aban nyuma juma state owned entities say sa ne ka no aban nyuma all state owned entities no omo fanfa so bi amren and it is true GMPC since you establish GMPC you started producing oil. You are pushing GMPC over $1 billion. Still, approximately almost $1.4 billion. And idea ma GMPC. GMPC intimi to abura oil. On intimi to abura. Also there also ya kwan. Also enye wadwuma ne so be ya kwan. Ne menuka say to esiwo enye adwuma. Nso da bia otua to ho ka. IMF ka say sika we nyina no ye tugu. Anase bia meme nka say tugu. Yeah, that
is it.
And I think that the time has come say oh you well-meaning Ghanaian oh you be on my Ghana it was so mobufu so last meka I think Ghanaians are not angry enough because so be I asheda say odo dudu no beko hiamu obi ahyeda se oma dodo no nya adwuma nye obi ahyeda se obema inequality nchichemu aba between asikafo any ahiafo na asikafo ma betima wie JSS ahiafo ma entimi wie JSS nti ahiafo ma no enkoso ntena circle enom tramadol ahiafo ma no enkoso ntena circle no mo ahyaw adenti na we Ghana ni oso do sa nipa no adenti kura na we Ghana ni oso tie sa nipa no so me nua ba IMF report no mo dia ba no enya asem de enya asempa de metima ka che nse sa wote ho yirutam because some of the conditions are even going to hurt us more because I'm not a believer of IMF. I'm dependency theorist. I'm one of them. I'm not a modernist, so I don't believe in IMF. But the metima ka che on say yirutam kesi because IMF conditions nowadays bano the moment electricity buone kosro the moment fuel boy kosro no cost of production be kosro e kosro which means ono entity no or here the cost of production bet lay off workers because won't mean to workers into unemployment be kosro mahiana doso and IMF dey ba IMF last year am dey twa to am menu asan ba mu no IMF they say no Bank of Ghana introduce monetary measures on fa ni policy rate no enfanda da inflation ni nema the moment a Bank of Ghana be increase policy rate no interest rate kosro interest rate ni kosro no na e crowd out industry or firms in accessing credit so de be moduma into online the we are in a state of learning helplessness twi mu me hu say ne meka no but me can say hopeless I say anesa
and that's so be
but the metima ka say ye pendia so a o mining nyina nsesan adwen and we must hold politicians accountable and responsible yes sir o be fa serious no my edwuma pa am my Ghana me das me
unim say nra me colleague bi na najo Sunday IMF report ma me but me da ho me yes me read afement me na bi enare ti mani su preocupe
untumi na
because me hwe niema ewo mu a na me bisa say eyede ne yeduri ha
untumi na
o menti enna me da ho sa na about 3 am anope na chese nsu oto na me dai
nana I say me nua kasa no say Ghanaians are not angry enough. You know why?
No,
because they are not open to the kind of information that you are open to. What I say, when the previous government was in office, we had the likes of Manasseh Azuri going about doing his usual thing, exposing the rot. We had Anas Aremeyao Anas. We had people calling out the government, going after politicians, investigating issues that comes up. We are at a point that we are unable to question government appointees, because even when the fourth estate, which happens to be the media, comes up with very credible information about a government appointee, the next minute you have the president of the land standing on a podium and making open declarations, say any person we boni bia eni. You saw what happened in the case of the health minister. What is the emphasis? Where the president Bejina Bontembe Babe Pan and Mwaka say, oh, onye boni bia. What is the emphasis? Inti ekobane sa ama ehubi abehye Ghana fo dodo na mu. Na omumpa eba omugbo nyina ne say 2024 beba, for them to see if the decisions that they will make would reflect in changing this government. Because some of us
ehu abehye Ghana fo mu say yenim say President Akufo-Addo under his leadership Sikai Abanic state ni coffers mu yenhunu adwuma a wode aye
na say COVID,
and then day in day out said the okay and World Health Organization declares a COVID pandemic is over, but you COVID levy country be na tua COVID levy
na say COVID World Bank gave us $400 million.
Bebre wo de no kwa no buru so say bebre
eje don ko ebro
enya non ko I want to be significant to the $400 million. What you say expenditure say na COVID ho okrum ha.
But Sana, your friend is a Benjamin Ekan. I didn't see the
So even the report even mentioned COVID Auditor General a review COVID. Omo de call home report no ka say e wo say ye di akire. Obi bi odi ska bia no. O say odi ska ne ba. Report no ka won say the American say oman mu hanom no ase yeah state agencies na say ministers no omumuyen.
Yeah,
because if seriously, if you look at information be finance minister Edia Hintayen or the CAN, because those days na catch and say or prepare budget no krana expenditure biano and I say expenditure be within the energy sector, because now some of the organizations were borrowing on their books. I was say scanning in or the kahun ye kadu
total
bana omuye ni fanka boko IMF for the kahun. And as a daminoka say, ye kano is 98% of GDP, which means say ne GDP no ebe endi almost 800 and something billion Ghana cedis. Or catch was 98 scano emu 98 no ni nyina no enya odia yeka public debt. Nti amafo no say na omubufu minim so omubufu de ba omubumfu, but so omubufu ne say gamaya e kire say 800 and something million ultimu 98 the aka na yedia.
You see the kind of information ebe ko ema Ghana fo buofu no enko ntine bu be.
So what it means is that almost 100% nyodia odika Ghana ni bia otiha no odika to je ne working tampo ono otuane tax oye ni bibia wa mebu aban wa anya hwe nso aban aboka de ato no. And the saddest part is that nka obehu se obi behu nyansa sebio obehu nyansa, because minia sa what financial sector, any public organization, corporate governance, so they ko na say company ni enya sika and say the profit maso omo kate omo expenditure and even salaries kra no omo timi fremu nyina eba mo say oh chale the ekoi dey say enyo nti no ye nyina ye streamline ye salaries ye restructure na entity sika no so kakra na nyina ho ntoye IMF da bi o ye ho kire na ye kono aban de onte kra they are still living extravagant lifestyle. Omu onte kra se dogo bi no abe send your person odi send ne jollof no odi ni 100 cedis sa na person odi ni 100 cedis ohia ni premine. That is the reality. Ohia ni premine also nkati quote according to your size na usa di bro. So now minia the last part another part of the miraho ye mampanyi wa ho. I think that ye mampanyi ehia omo a ombe boa no in terms of communication, right? Sometimes the kasa ni bi ho a ase obi a onkan and ase bi a okan so a bi a onte ase. IMF program yi 36 months and at 36 months no our target our timelines almost half bia no also or target also meeting ye meeting target wie o mampanyi nya microphone a also osan ko bobusia osan ko bobusia na metuo na mekase ho na twere ma no ana paper no na wan kan onim de kwa na ana so ote busia no onte hwe. Because what I'm telling you, and to be frank with you see we have report in its entirety capital expenditure ye bete so one this back no health
agenda 111
yentimi wie
extend to 5 years
yentimi wie sana IMF kan because you have to reduce your capital expenditure. What it also means that if you are reducing your capital expenditure, education sector expenditure e best so nti yenu anu ma omoti duase ko school ombe ko so atena so school asia ko school. That is the implication. Yenu anu omoti krokitwa mu a omakwan nye omuko mfudie what we call post harvest losses. Omu ebesei sana infrastructure will not come to mfudie ebesei more ebesei more. Yenu anu omuti kronkitwa hospitals anka bia they need access to health, which is one of the goals of sustainable development goals. Omu enya access to health, omu nya hospital infrastructure because Skanash in the bottom I enjoy Eddie Adikenke party and I'm happy. So I think that he's the finance minister has become wise now. Say Okoji says go in the Wambeye Kenke party.
Obiendi.
Yes, I am who Kenke party, right?
Oh, Kenke no Obiendi.
Oh, you see, people do not have conscience in Ghana. Some people do not have conscience. Some people do not have conscience in Ghana. And you know, Obi ho onfa ho obekwa kodi. But I'm glad said this time his conscience I drawn it back.
Maybe
so
the last trench.
Oh, Minja shows obedi.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so yeah, you see these days mental health has become a serious problem.
Then we need to examine him.
We need mental status examination.
Okay.
They will say examine mentally. say
but the last IMF program, the last trench you di kenke
because that time be no only experience nti say was say o man benefit of the doubt say obetumi aye but ni amini wo kase no wa odi abofom kra tutu amina de yashim afi na ye besan afifi amfifi no kra na ye hu say be fifi yo say mfi yo say bia abro no be pro kra enye yo neno na osan kaso be dikenke party. I think we need mental status examination. But you know, say dream.
You know, say in 2018 they passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act
of 5%. Say on to me
very good.
2022 it was 11% deficit,
and then there's the Fiscal Responsibility Council that advised the president.
Oh, Franklin Kudjo's council. You see.
So when the president goes out there and say the kind of things that he said, it means that is what he has been told.
And you see, there be a mekase krum hanum.
And their only interest is to borrow. That is what the president.
You see, before President Bekano, Deputy Finance Minister last week on also can be.
Once OT year.
I mean, that one also can be.
Once Okati and once Finance Minister Nankasa be correcteno. In one of his engagements.
Oh, okay.
Say to me mobusuya se say. Na yenye ready say be bosuya. Because a permanent odi ho akohye no e mo kwan ma mobusuya. Wahu. Now lastly, niema bi ho a yes say ska ho a. One, planting for food and jobs say we just wasted money, or even menka say okay, as a nation we wasted money, but we gave money to some party sympathizers or political cronies. Because one, miniaba or my Ghana Hanomono, and you say interim producer aduane. A major challenge in the agri sector is post-harvest losses or on-farm losses. It is a way a buyer and they also correct. Say bia mikrum baako tubodom mikrum baako akumadam. Omu produce tomatoes, right? But tomatoes omu produce no because of say ba omi akọ dada man for say wasi warehouse ayeni warehouse kura wasi no. Enti no omu kosi tomatoes na they are perishable. Omu do tomatoes na these are perishable commodities. Yen to me and process tomatoes. Yen so ni warehouse kura na ebe to me store tomatoes for lean season. Inti wa producer we no atofo no be tomato de be tomato.
They can.
Ebe say nti omo so be manage omoto. They can a pro. Waboka. We are the same thing. Abro ebinim dopa. But because of say any good storage facilities on ne Ukraine I want talk all corn akono ni grains
supply
or supply the grains. Yeah. But Ghana you need silos are you bit my inti nipa no do na say about when you say planting for food and job are they subsidized fertilizer. Fertilizer is last make a report from an association called Peasant Farmers Association. Almost say fertilizer no people at the cross-border towns or more party mano area fertilizer no e de Burkina Cotton.
When this issue came up, there was an arrest. The person that broke the news was picked by the national security immediately.
Okay, but this is an organization, Peasant Farmers Association.
Yes,
they came out to say scano ye check party man tie de fertilizer no ko check party man no e de cross Burkina no Cotton or the Cote d'Ivoire no Cotton or the Togo no Cotton. Wato ni nyina maye abeye meka kofika se mintua nti se we Ghana ni na ubunfu ya I don't get it. And I think that you nyina no these days as Mr. Professor say mental health authority you know if you the oba biaba apa obi ati you nyina was say because something must worry us. No, seriously e was out to bibi how nti se out to being how na you nyina no I think that we need this particular status examination to actually assess ourselves. Adentina yafa bibiatra
fun normal
aden what is the problem? And I think sociologists even should come out to tell us that adentina yafa bibiatra say oman aban biaba oso mo wadwuma nye usika akra na ewo ho no wate so di wakohia mu ono so a sika no wacha ma asikafo nko a na hiafo ebre na ubunfu ye na oto na wosere chale mini about I think we are all in trouble. Ye nyina yo say me free ha bia meko
me say ya mentia
mental health authority
baby a o man na dru no ase de wo kan ase obi a ni say okay de be si BNC say ye tum kura ye ntum because say MPP no opposition and kasa this utility adjustment here koso the last time na me ni PULC wa mu piaro ne kasa from last year September ebe pim this year June the year ebe no almost to me say 75%.
No, almost, but it be 100% plus.
It be 100% plus.
Electricity. Yeah, 600 kilowatt per.
Last I would change.
100 plus. It be 100 plus. It be 90 something plus. It be.
It's much as a normal crowd. Yes, 75% money at the adino.
I hear for no cry 100%.
I hear for no. But ya di. Any ma boy but ya di. Scrap system nim but ya di. Because yesro when yesro
yesro
akufo so obeye.
You see this administration say if you don't have boss, if you don't have boss, you cannot come out to say the kind of things that we are saying, because the next thing is that they will attack your business. The next thing is they are looking for your source of livelihood and take it away from you. It is the reason why Intina inipado duana no akamwano atumuno. Look, they won't do it in the open, but gradually they will make sure you are down to nothing. The expectations of the Ghanaian people, Ansah Omoko into 2016 election was that Bawumia and Akufo-Addo was going to solve all our problems for us, and Ghana was coming to become like probably. Say untimi can say Ghana beba be to say England.
Do we take him serious?
Oh, none of party supporters and
okay, maybe okay, but I don't take him.
People were taking him serious.
I don't take him serious.
His party people takes him serious.
So education is a problem.
Very good. His party people takes him serious. What did I say? So majority of Ghanaians no muji chi akoto abama Akufo-Addo no. Na omo expectation they say Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia omo ba be ma Ghana aye save heaven for everybody. And of course that is the kind of picture that was painted to the Ghanaian people. Unfortunately ababedum pempenso bi say even to have 3 square meals a day is becoming a problem or has become a problem. Yentiha and a vice president Beka Chire say we are going for gold for oil. Na say gold for oil no bedura fuel ebeba form, the prices of fuel will come down. Gold for fuel no yen come by, and the fuel is the same yente so ne bo no ba bi ejina na ejina. Enti what I'm saying is this administration, their ways and means is to govern this country with propaganda and lies. And nobody has got the nerves. And you see, I to say, oh, cano crampono, no more yen more. And everything, to convince the Ghanaian people, no, was coming from Dr. Bawumia. And today, that same Dr. Bawumia cannot stand up to one economic theories and principles. Or did two happen also before 2017. Before 2017. And the people of Ghana are quiet because they are dealing with the disappointment. They are so disappointed, say they don't know where to turn to anymore. Where else are you turning to? Except say Obedo and Sabesha or the uniform. No about Radin Pass or Obesha or Summer 2024 Abba. Apart from that, what else can you do? Because this is a government on fahone demonstrations are obey on fahone commentary do aberrane on fahone rant do aberrante. They just do not care about the Ghanaian people. And look, quite recently the special prosecutor gave a speech, and me reading a report, I came across 3 things: state capture, corruption and fraud, and said these are the 3 things that has become, so to speak, what the country kasema mekan say akate. What I say? Abesi oman so a edi oman ni hwam. It is collapsing this country. From the special prosecutor, or what constitutional mandate say or investigate corruption and fraud, or no say Enioma abɛsɛn ɔman ni koma ɔman no ɛpere sɛ ɔmo benya fa ahodi afiri ho no ɛyɛ state capture, corruption and fraud. Who are those perpetrating these three things? The ordinary Ghanaian, Nana. He is referring to the government officials, the government of the day. And there's an agenda. Me, all the time, what I say is that all the things that we are going through, there's an agenda. And then the agenda is that let us continue to make the Ghanaian people poor. Let us steal the monies and empower ourselves, enrich ourselves and our families, so that we'll continue to be powerful. Now, even when we go to opposition, we can still have a voice to control the masses. Sanya nesa sikawia bebrebe ehfa na omadeko. Are they not there to have the interest of the collective Ghanaians? Se Ghana fo nyina dodo no nti e na aban wo ho ana. But sa aban we die akwakoye te se enipa kakra bi e na ohwe omo. Na the greater percentage of Ghanaians in there, they are on their own. And kofo kakra bi e na omo enjoy from the state. The rest of the Ghanaian people, no, they are on their own. Because ejuma ewo banking sector yeguno. Meaning, as we speak now, I was telling Nanama, our nurses are leaving the country. Our health professionals are leaving the country. Everybody is leaving the country. Why? Because there is no hope. The people have become hopeless. And they don't have the voice like you and I. It will feel said the best thing obey to me I say it does so better than na news you kuru aba kwa aka no obennom no de atwen say bibi papa bi be free Nazareth aba. You know we are a Christian country. We believe in Nyamebeye. So the Ghanaian people have resorted to Nyamebeye. And that is all that they can do. Because say yakwa amef adenchin you. And then we have the sitting president going to sit on a platform and saying the next agenda is to go to the international market. Who thinks like that? President Ben or Janet said the President Akufo-Addo Ejuni. Except to say the agenda and say he support the reckless borrowing by the finance minister. Because only the onwoko borrowing now when free. So the interest of our president and say obeko international market no akoboro. If not, the solution to our economic challenges is not borrowing. So if the first gentleman of the land, who has a responsibility to supervise and oversee the growth, the economic growth of this country, look, there are provisions in the 1992 constitution. So I share on my way. Said the people of this country deserve economic freedom. The principles of state policy, the directive principles of state policy in our constitution. But then we have a president who doesn't even have any iota of respect for the Ghanaian people. And only interest is to how he will continue to enrich his family members, his cronies, his friends. And this is the problem that we have as a state, as a country. The president sees nothing wrong. Say Ghana foko ahuhiem. He doesn't care. The finance minister's interest and so obeko international market nani company data bank ebenya ne ho enye sika. So all the economic indicators that were mentioned, you know, it is none of their business. They will come and tell you a different thing. They will go to IMF and say a different thing. And who is there to hold them accountable? There's nobody to hold them accountable. And even if you hold them accountable, to what extent? My brother, to what extent? What can you do? That is what they will ask you. What can you do? There's nothing you can do. There are a lot of issues that has come up. At the end of the day, say echo investigative bodies are investigation no krano na president ababe claim nipa no. So if this is the posture, if this is the direction of the president, who as an ordinary citizen to come against him, it's like you are fighting the state. And as an individual, you don't have what it takes to fight the state. But this is the man that stood at the Blaster Square and told us that we should not just be spectators. We should be citizens of this country. And as citizens, the Constitution has prescribed our responsibility.
Okay.
Tamale secondary no me house be your friend Wema house. When me moto. Say this but not worse. The president didn't mean what he said.
Oh really?
Oh no. I think they wrote it for him, right? Obine trauma no. And now say
but no, but say your friends on the secretary ho.
Secretary.
Was so cry where you gina him nyina wo no. So obine o trauma no obi no. Maybe no me anu tia yenim say Ghana situation wo say ya no ba bia no but one no president ni team no nim say yentimi ko bobo say enti wo transfer mo de bia atwere ne sa ne wakokan
o ka spectators and citizens
spectators e tu de bia atwere ma
ya atwere ma no nti he didn't mean it nti am say me moto no deeds but not worse wahu nti president no hwe a o kan but ma men kan asem ba kuna bia ye besa to aso ya to aso dafo Ghana Stars Service, I think of late, Professor Nim, right? He's been doing well. In 2022, a published report be a friend of user satisfaction survey. Now report to you, unim the report no kuku bisa buying you my 4 any a buying NMC for say Ghana Stars Service ne statistics are all published quarterly, and I say monthly no, me inflation say monthly be our produce. Annual household income survey or produce quarterly. Ghana Living Standard survey of sometimes producing 4 years. Ghana Labor Force survey of produce. Omo bisa aban juma for say any World Bank ni IMF ni hwani nyina produce report de mayen. Omo bisa aban juma for say sa report na you produce no mo de adwuma. Do you use it in policy formulation?
No.
Mini aba. 56% said they rarely use it. Omo use farm formulate policy. Ndi say krom na say statistics aboka e dey research na say bomia formulate policy digitalization
no on fanka ho
kenoforiata formulate policy on finance on fanka ho a ne so aso na wonya no right ne so aso e na wonya no so it means that amount for omu dem e na omu kuku figures e na omu madwi mu no e na omu de ye niema nti ono no emfa ho de Ghana Stars Service dia ba ono tiwa na atwe ne bibia for example here budget we dey work Bank of Ghana website da Bank of Ghana website a afi we sha ase now and a Bank of Ghana so no inflation or target 8% on sesan yo finance minister so target 20%, Bank of Ghana so target 8%, still let aso da ho enya de obesa inflation that's not about 40%. How are you going to achieve that particular 8%? But it's an ambiguous target I was setting. Until obi a use data from DSS to do policy formulation here. Echo do by your friend say December 2020 your friend saying 3 or to no say my target 8 in rua. Mama figure be show mom.
No, true be show.
That is what is happening.
There's an unrealistic projection.
But it's ambiguous. And why should that be that big variation between the finance minister so pay and the Bank of Ghana so pay? Because fiscal and monetary they go hand in hand. But the Bank of Ghana the arbitrary at 200 or pay 8%. And on my almost is another Obekomo website to be another so the whole target 8%. Bank of Minister of Finance in the budget or pay 20%. Right? Now at the back where I am mobo you know more stream. IMF report mini aba so kanya you see Ghana hanum ye free bi ohia and I think Ghana ya a benchmark you see between early late 90s somewhere 99 or so to 2016 no ohia no to by 56 to 23%. Nemom between 2016 eba no ahia for more stream and I'm say the northern part of Ghana. Omu here and air doso. Nti here no doso means that omu ko here omu kese compared to omu efumha. Southern part. That's what the report says. Na se obia there be also a well acclaimed economist. Ya bo di say Ghana ha nyina ono economist ba ko pe. There be too fancy ba bia say your economist ba ko pe Ghana ha oye omampanya be di akiri. Unfortunately for us, you are from the northern part of Ghana. Being a development economist as you said you are no, it was so to me bridge this particular inequality. But ni policy be anywhere benefiting northern part of Ghana. And for that matter, these people are still going into abject poverty, destitution. And young one say, Ghana Statistical Service now releasing a report to Bium 2020 as a 2020 now you almost 3.6 million Ghanaians they call it food insecure. Omunya biani ni. Your population as at 2020 now so over 30 million population 3.6 omu a omunya biani ni omu ede kura no bia na onidi ye. They are insecure. Nti aban way there I think that they know how to brand themselves especially through the media. Omu betimi abe dware omu no maka say omu ye bibi but the biameka is not what you say do but the outcome of what you do. And as for my Ghana no, we should be interested in the outcomes of government policies. Yet their brain. One village, one dam. Mfaso be their brain. Also their kosrim. Nemum still slim hiano kwa na ekosro. Which means uche iskana mama fo di kwa. Yantima fanye slim kwa swimming pool. Ya shisikagu. Ene yashi. Ye nuanom north south migration. Ye nuanom da su free slim eba krom ha to look for on existing jobs. Adwuma no kura ni hanso waba na oti hiayomu abject poverty ukoti obi a osimisi kaya ye amomo. That is sad. It is very very sad to hear a statement from a politician say misi kaya hostel ama obi sebi oso anu yema te se afunumu unyini frimu emane nya se oso anu yema te se afunumu u she mukina se u si hostel amano so that it will entice a lot of people to move from north to south to come and carry luggages to say donkeys.
Now uti directive principles of state policy, the constitution. Nana uti me article 36 pese me reading na uti
uwie nso ani awie
me wie ani awie ho was it the state shall take all necessary actions to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner to maximize the rate of economic development and to ensure the maximum welfare, freedom and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. 2. The state shall in particular take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principle shall include A. The guarantee of fair and realistic remuneration for production and productivity in order to encourage continuous production and higher productivity, affording ample opportunities for individual initiatives and creativity in economic activities and fostering an enabling environment for the pronounced role of the private sector and the economy. C. Ensure that individuals and the private sector bear their fair share of social and national responsibilities, including responsibilities to contribute to the overall development of the country. D. Undertake even and balanced development of all regions, every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural area, like you were saying. Yeah. And generally, readdressing any imbalance in development between the rural area and the urban area. But
no your politicians for agenda. Na say bibia
Article 71 there.
Article 7 onu na eboa no. Onu interest.
You understand what I'm saying?
Onu interest.
So you see, the constitution takes care of the views that you are pointing to. But do they have even respect The only time they respect the constitution is when it is serving their interest. And Ghanaians are quiet. And we don't want to talk. And when you talk, you are NDC. I'm NDC, and so what? If criticizing a government constructively makes me an NDC, so be it. Praise the Lord. Nana Marie.
Madam, ubeti bi afre 0302208090 0302208090 na yenko Madam Ase Benjamin dance papa afen so kwaku adujamfi e be san hia. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
No ma, fine evening.
Yo, yate won kayen kwa wai.
Hello, ngo me dey doko.
Okay.
Na ma, I'm na wa say you are power boy. Me cha bo bi ansa ni in story.
Yo, what matter?
Yo, me ya ho. It is because of one leader. You see, and I don't know the answer. I may say the answer. Because na ma, ye ko so na ma, e si no so. E si e se da ka se na mu do. E si no na me say me aba e se di o me ya ho. So the man you see you see like you see and na ma wa leader. One leader and na like what the man trust me say I want to power. I say you power boy. I'm count. That's how you right.
Yo, yeah, that's it. Hello, next caller. Hello. Oh, I can't see Miss Row. Hello. Oh. 0302208090. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, mommy.
Adum.
I'm testing.
Yo.
Why won't you tell me you buy a normal? Meaning now, MPB for Joe. I told me I could see normal. Nami, the soon be normal here, you man. I don't know. By never found a huntima. Because I am for the Ghana, I won't kind of break. You also more can crack it a politician, normal. No marker. Almost your master did not. And never soup room how you to know your fan politicians, so you did not find because almost you are no better mamma politicians are say chrono, and my young them are bra, your best have to almost him. Yet come with him and sana. They are politicians because almost track on yan so this oh now so for so down from 4 and almost to room how much it tied the way you know we are. No matter what share politicians. Now when you know your couple show them. You heard them chicken as you you come back to imagine many young compose I can no more bet you bet you of then just in your Kurman I Pasana, then any private radio to no more no more at that time. Your couple bet you.
Yeah, that's it. Me family next caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening,
yeah.
Mr. Cote.
Mr. Cote, na pom to say.
Na kupa do me ho ye.
Yeah. Yen kwai.
Gbe se to ho ye pa.
Adom.
Ida na kupa se na iko ni obi na fa ho ye. Ikia obeja fo nyina na kasa ye. Ke dia meka do ye Ghana ni. Na woni kwan a akufa to. Igana faswa. Kada makovus.
Papa.
Sometimes I share sa wafa your first wafa kenum no support you different people now. I be say we say ah go for I dey well informed and I say the fact o ma dreaming that be talk to ma wo go say your man say the pastor that o man or say for the say man na breast on never this for so never go so we say here na those things are west no different there are you normal. Share about a to Kumewi. Now you be Pajasini. Now to share a banya, a factor. What about the hospital amount? Now, black hospital, I can win. Who see me back or two about my family panel, and say a move to Coco Miro down in this city. Are you okay?
Mr. Cote, Mr. Das. Hello, next caller. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Nana.
Yo, young quay.
Very done for this Madina.
Yo,
only Juma.
That's it.
And then I had a say I took you, but not do a Tony, I'm a China for. And I said, any say, the Coney Adegi now, I'm not going to my own tongue crabby. Now, be so, my dinner, they're lost in you, man. No more my high stores. I was so many money boosters, no more year Pierre Abonte, not stone it out. Lost in me, more my dinner hand. Who high store was a shade your inside. Oh, now market crowd, now quite crown ante. Who could be a good to another answer. Who are by election for a what are we need be anywhere man Gary or to Obama Ubi. About two sorry, Yano Kura, or very no, or me, or I know Muslim swimming, or this a mutreka. Abba. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You. Young Quay.
I'm Mamma Joy.
Major Swear.
One said, it may be more. President Mahama can't take Ghana for your short memory. A man for China past. Take me one by a tuna. And a short memory at the moment. Mutu. Money point to maybe our money lawyer coin. Money free. The better Mugari, my dinner, my dinner, 1 million, 5 million. And my sister, 500 Ghana. What to Obama? And the money short memory, no. So, Hannah, Felicia Mukomun, that I'm okay for the margin of that. And the Ghana for your short memory, Ampa. Your cost is an Canadian, I actually moved go. Said the margin of mood by every year. I can't make a box.
There be
Nani, you know, Yammy, Yanko Pangas in a bit too much circle, and Monia to me. Or Kuno and Yamiku, and Yapu.
You. Mention me that say. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hey, very so many years my friend and sank out there, them sank out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
If I choose present, I say, that's the chino or my woman.
Are they?
I can't say create root and channel.
I
don't know, and I don't know.
Una who cow?
There are. But I'm we owe me, no, and okay. On the on to not a NGC Papa, I saw resign fast, no quabuchi. You are course no now, or Tiwana or you know. Who do I've been fast, near Cosuno, Ohuana. Yes, I've never quite a person near Cosuana. Oh, no, you may scurry, or the creator. Mon papa you may scurry any scanner. A month with your mouth, and you say, one generation. You and I'm about to. That is no question, say, and can all day. On resign like the time ends soon. No, I could you. Say, you say, the mutin speech, I say, or for me, me feel some bomb home by. One bomb by. Share on the whole share, on to more 5 million allegation. And it's about privation with the market.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Before last 2 calls now, my hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
You, young Quay.
Nana, we big Adams with Catafi, a showman is. Nana, did you come on when you're from Bobagana Mayina? I'm saying, Nana, do a bush upon, and then you need more. Yes, because. You know, at the moment you are, maybe someone know your empty work, and none of your hobby, maybe people be travel continue. But even in Munanado, and Tinya none of who Nanado to me by. If you extract on a phone now, send a vote now, Modico Coma, NDC, MP Nuo, Yevenzen, Kumaulu, Omoyan is a son of a next time, no. You get my idea, I could quit and near you than other things without only a minute.
And so me that's my last caller. No, hello, good evening.
Oh, good evening, sister Amma. Sama mpacho da be na be ko afijase.
Afijase.
Pacho.
O ma me lol fe ho.
Me nka me hesi bia beti am dia me na fi na mpesi ko hu.
O ma ko hu afijase. O ya ready I be ko why?
Mi fi fo na ye continue afijase me nko hoda.
Why yira yam kwai.
Sama. Ghana wa I had the papa. I am penny can say maburu ni nkosi adwuma sister ma ye si adwuma ne crop e wo na adwuma ye be nyo be 2 months sister ma me ye plumber me ti fi me nya adwuma da na aklat na obede no ha dan no atua dan ka na si so ni yi chama edin papa anti politicians no e omo kasa omuntie yen so ye no no mo fantu anamon famae na men kasa nchire mikrom fo men ko oda minim oda matwam da minim oda me si form da men kasa nchire mikrom fo say yen ha sande fo na e wo akra se ni ada yi na aka no de we aye ma fudi atem ya bre ntie pamcho no enema bi ho no ma yen je enfanto aba yen hwe mpunto ti omo ba yen sane ba ni be hu de we enema aye ho ase ntino omo ko ma ya omo nka nchiro mu nua no mu nka se o impuntu okoso ba bi ntiam fi impuntu ana ya be ka kire mi kromo fo ano no yo me so mi da se enanwumre Awusuafo yemfase dama eclipse collateral se wadwapade bi ekuta wo bia no wo ye property owner for wadwapade ne nkrata abere no se fie a wo de rent wo fie a wutimo wo land bi eda ba bi sasi kakra ho document eda ho wodi koma eclipse collateral wo mo ede enkrata ne be mu obi agebosia na nipa ne gebosia na wadwo percentage na chira say ne wojo percentage nso na ajo commission ya e bia contract na 1 year e 2 years agreement eso ya no akọ na chira say ne eclipse fuei eye me baba beje me document ananse me property hu nkrata mba no beje ma de no akwaje ne kama na onkrata e wo eclipse collateral for hono mu a woda wo beda asembia ni hono mu a ebeba ho ya eclipse collateral for e wo Pantan Junction behind CAF International School Adente new site for 0543832466 0543832466 or say at Eclipse we setting safety and decent income across street Awusuafo yemfase dama Accra Street Party baso na Dennis Pub eba Accra Street Party ni Accra Choba weekend event kese pa efiada moso Accra Street Party Dennis Pub hono mo na ebaso wotema Choba no so eda kwasiada after church wugina musa na kyerese ne udi mutu udi konkonte na woji wani Dennis Pub wotema community 3 opposite PV Obin Runabout Omodian Fresh 0544 113 131 0544 113 131 Accra Street Party is proudly sponsored by Blue Jeans Vodka Mix. Not just a Blue Jeans vodka mix. Wamo ena ebwa boy chidom afensi Blue Jeans energy drinking so unumbia bwa papa. Omodian Fresh Budget Cash and Carry Limited. Was 0208 128190 0208 128190 and now says 0550 010000 0550 010000 Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic ewo nugwado go last stop wa yari safie no wiase nipa ebesrew nipa bebo udin boni bi nipa kwa betimi atudin ewo bra ya de abo patebra to fomo na wo sresra nsa na wadie afede na asa wo destiny kura sesa na afede nipa kura abrew empare wo esan say Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic abobo ano de ya de bi ti say diabetes ya de bi ti say hypertension ya diabetes say stroke ya diabetes say infertility and say bone setting no mpemu adwuma no mpeno ahoden sonko ene bebemu ya wa capsules memedro penie ya wa bright garlic plus capsules low cholesterol affects boost immune system no eyi constipation bright garlic plus capsules ebesiesu amo FFF kama wa ambulance ade sumo manfo o si tua 500 Ghana cedis pe na wo mo ensa oyade
fresh 0243983906 0243983906 and you know sida Benjamin Isiadia energy expert kwaku edujemfi political analyst asida PSC nkoma executive producer Ernest Kwame Kwache Ernest Okuawia na Eugene Ba nanam ejaku enimidi ayumre mi na mesum wo chine besanzo ehyiemu up next across 6 p.m. news